the prairies to the waves on every shore. This land has known your mercy, Lord, 1,000 times before. Through the fire and the battles, through the joy and through the pain, we've always found our strength in you when storms rolled in like rain. Now the bells of freedom are ringing, and the faithful still proclaim, God bless America again. Lift her up and call her back to you again. May the cross still stand beside the flag we raise and win. A nation under God forever till the end. Let your truth shine brighter than the morning sun. Lord, forgive us where we've begun, and God bless America again. There's a mother still praying softly by her bedside every night, for her sons and for her daughters and this country's future might. There's a preacher in a small town still preaching heaven's truth, still reminding broken hearts that grace can make us new. And across this land we're singing, with one voice we now proclaim, God bless America again. Lift her up and call her back to you again. May the cross still stand beside the flag we raise and win. One nation under God forever till the end. Let your truth shine brighter than the sin. Lord, forgive us where we've been, and God bless America again. If my people will humbly pray, turn their hearts and seek your face, you said you would heal this land we love. So here we stand together now, every knee and every crowd, asking for your mighty hand above. God bless America again. Send revival like a holy rushing wind. May the churches fill with praises once again, and freedom reign from every hill and every plain. Let the stars and stripes keep dancing in the wind. By your grace we will stand strong till the end. God bless America. God bless America. God bless America again.
Amen. For 6 minutes.
Watch.
5 minutes.
They didn't ask for glory, they didn't ask for fame. They just answered when their country called their name. Left behind their hometowns, the factories and fields, to defend a sacred promise, a vow they wouldn't yield. From the distant ocean beaches to the deserts in the sun, they carried every burden until the job was done. They knew the price of freedom is never really free. It's paid in the shadows across a distant sea. Through the longest, darkest nights and the bitter freezing cold, they wrote the bravest stories that history ever told. And though some came back with scars we cannot see, they gave us all the gift of living free. There's a folded flag on a mantelpiece, a silent promise that the hope won't cease. They stood the line when the storm was near, so we could sing this anthem loud and clear. From the quiet towns to the Arlington roads, the spirit of a hero forever glows. They gave their all for the stars and stripes, forever the guardians of the light. I see them in the diner, sitting in the back, wearing an old cap, a faded shade of black. He doesn't say much, just watches the crowd, but we see his sacrifice, and we stand up proud. We owe him the morning, the quiet of the street, the safety of the ground beneath our feet. There's a folded flag on a mantelpiece, a silent promise that the hope won't cease. They stood the line when the storm was near, so we could sing this anthem loud and clear. From the quiet towns to the Arlington roads, the spirit of a hero forever glows. They gave their all for the stars and stripes, forever the guardians of the light. Oh, the medals may tarnish and the years may fade, but we'll never forget the sacrifices made. For every single star on that banner flying high, there's a hero who answered the battle cry. There's a folded flag on a mantelpiece, a silent promise that the hope won't cease. They stood the line when the storm was near, so we could sing this anthem loud and clear. From the quiet towns to the Arlington roads, the spirit of a hero forever glows. They gave their all for the stars and stripes, forever the guardians of the light. Yeah, the guardians of the light. Thank you for the peace, for the dream, under the red, the white, and the blue. America, America.
Okay, still got a few more. We're still early yet. We still got 13 minutes. It was 3 minutes.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. At least I'm down next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. To be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Okay, I got the cat bed and the dog bed, and I got one more. So I got 3 more still to go. Five minutes. 5 minutes.
Steam on the deck, stars on the foam, engines breathing thunder on the deck in the glow. Catapult ready, green shirts hand in the night. Then a sailor becomes lightning and disappears into flight. He came to the Navy with a skyward dream and a heart that would not fold, chasing more than silver clouds, chasing wings of gold. He learned the books, he learned controls, learned the weather, speed, and gear, learned that every calm voice matters when the carrier deck is near. Where the runway moves beneath you and the ocean has no wall, where the deck is short and night is black, one mistake can cost it all. There are easier ways to fly now, there are safer roads to roam, but some are called to find the sky from a flat top far from home. Not every dreamer earns it, not every sailor stays. Only those with nerve and discipline can fly the Navy way. With a hand upon the throttle and their eyes upon red lights, they trust the crew, they trust the ship, they trust their wings at night. Fly Navy, from the carrier to the blue. Fly Navy, with the red, white, and blue in view. Wings of gold, hearts of steel. Where the ocean and the heavens meet, they launch from thunder. They land on faith, they guard our freedom through the sky and sea. Fly Navy, wings of gold. They call them legends for a reason. They call that school Top Gun, where the sharpest minds and fastest hands learn how excellence is done. But the movie never shows it all, the study and the strain. Families waiting through the silence, the friends who don't come home again. It's not the swagger, not the spotlight, not a nickname on a screen. It's the checklist and the training and the courage in between. It's the crew chief on the flight line, it's the shooter by the steam, it's the deck crew moving miracles, so a pilot keeps the dream. Because no one flies solo there, no one owns the sky alone. Every launch is built by many hands, many sailors bring them home. Fly Navy, from the carrier to the blue. Fly Navy, with the red, white, and blue in view. Wings of gold, hearts of steel. Where the ocean and the heavens meet, they launch from thunder. They land on faith, they guard our freedom through the sky and sea. Fly Navy, wings of gold. There's a ball of light in darkness, there's a voice inside the wire, there's a heartbeat counting seconds, there's a deck alive with fire. There's a mother saying prayers again, there's a father standing tall, there's a folded flag that tells us freedom speaks for all. And when the catapult releases and the night gives way below, America goes up with them everywhere they go. From Midway's mighty courage to the oceans of today, the wings that rise from carriers still keep watch across the waves. Clear the deck, hold the line, jet blast rolling, stars align, hands up high, throttle forward. Fly Navy, carry onward. Clear the deck, hold the line, wings of gold in the nighttime. From the sea to the sky, fly Navy, fly Navy, from the carrier to the blue. Fly Navy, with the red, white, and blue in view. Wings of gold, hearts of steel. Where the ocean and the heavens meet, they launch from thunder. They land on faith, they guard our freedom through the sky and sea. Fly Navy, wings of gold. When freedom needs a watchman, where the ocean surges roll, send the ones who fly with thunder. Send the wings of gold. Steam on the deck, stars on the sea. One more launch into darkness, so the dawn stays free. Fly, Navy! Wings of gold!
Okay, now our bands. We got played Cat Man and the Dog Man. It's only about 4 minutes, not very long. Four minutes.
Golden shoe, golden Lederschuh, golden Lederschuh und ich spucke nicht mehr aus. And I won't spit it out. Golden Schuh, golden Lederschuh, golden Lederschuh und ich spucke nicht mehr aus. Schuh, golden Schuh, golden Lederschuh, golden Lederschuh und ich spucke nicht mehr aus. Willst du bis ans Ende der Tage immer werfen dieses Stöckchen? Wow! Willst du mir die Leckerlis geben, mich im Bettzeug schlafen lassen? Wow, wow! Willst du mir die Leckerlis geben, mich im Bettzeug schlafen lassen? Wow! Mach Sitz, Junge, mach Sitz für den Keks. Mach Sitz für den Keks, doch ich will das Menschenmahl. But I want the human feast. Mach Sitz, Junge, mach Sitz für den Keks. Mach Sitz für den Keks, doch ich will das Menschenmahl. Willst du bis ans Ende der Tage immer werfen dieses Stöckchen? Wow! Willst du mir den Bauch schön kraulen, mich beschützen vor dem Donner? Willst du mir den Bauch schön kraulen, mich beschützen vor dem Donner? Wow! Du bis ans Ende der Tage immer werfen dieses Stöckchen. Wow! Willst du mir die Leckerlis geben, mich im Bettzeug schlafen lassen? Wow! Kau den Schuh. Wow! Wow!
Okay, now for the cat band, the last one.
Say your prayers, hairless ape. Don't forget my tuna steak. Check the bowl, is it full? Or I will shred your favorite wool. Hear the scratch, hear the zoom, running wild around the room. Sleep with one eye open, I am leaping on your chest. Exit light, enter night. Take my ball. We're off to knock the vase onto the floor. Something's wrong. Shut the light. Heavy thoughts tonight. In the yard of Snow White. Dreams of war. Dreams of liars. Dreams of dragons. Fire and the things that will bite. Yeah. Meow, meow, give me food. 3 a.m. I am wide awake, making noise for noise's sake. Under the bed I attack. Wait until you turn your back. On the toes, hunt the feet. Time to eat, time to eat. Sleep with one eye open, gripping your pillow tight. Exit light, enter light. Take my ball. We're off to knock the vase onto the floor. Something's wrong. Shut the light. Heavy thoughts tonight. Oh, yeah. In the yard of Snow White. Dreams of war. Dreams of liars. Dreams of dragons. Fire and the things that will burn. Yeah. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the bowl is full and deep. If empty ceramic I should find, I'll scream until you lose your mind. Hush, little human, don't say a word, and never mind that noise you heard. It's just the beast under your bed, in your clothes, in your hand. Exit light, enter night. Yeah. You'll give me food.
Okay, God bless America and USA, the best president ever, First Lady. And shout out to the military, first responders, and the past and future. And we're going to be going into another work week starting tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good work week. And something, I don't know, it's August 9th today, and tomorrow will be the 10th. So whenever this movie will end, I don't know, it's God's timing. Hope everyone had a good weekend. And today we got one big video. Captain Kyle and Robert, it's an hour and a half. Then we got a 30-minute interview with Nick Shirley and this lady on YouTube, Carol. A good interview. And then there's a bunch of other good stuff. I got that one lady, that action lady. She's on YouTube. I got two short ones with her too. That older black hair lady, that accent British or something. I don't know, but she's a good one. Then we got Billy Bean, 26 minutes on her first one. So we're going to have a lot to cover again. Everybody's probably, I don't know, lurking today, or we got only a few in chat. So I got two cat ladies, but I got to find the first one. I can't. I got a few things off of Nell's page, Flying Eagle, my mic. I think I found it. No. Okay, I think I got one. So we'll start off with the cat lady. I think I got two or three of them. We'll do the short videos. About 3 minutes, I think, on this one.
Hide. Go get with the kittens, baby. Go. Just a minute. I'm on the toilet. Come and get your panties out of a wad. For goodness sake, Elaine, I'm trying to take a crap. Irma Jane. Something bad is happening.
Now, I came over here because I know you have a shitload of cats out in that damn yard, and my cat, Priscilla, is missing. Now, Irma Jane, Priscilla was with child, and I know that she is in a bad way. I need to know, have you seen my sweet baby? Because she's with child, and I need to know what happened to her, and I need to find her immediately.
What do you think happened to her?
I don't know. I don't know what could happen to her, but I'll tell you this. I found this weird bloody glove in my yard, which tells me somebody's been walking around, somebody's been looking into my yard, probably a peeping Tom, is what I'm thinking. You know, this neighborhood is just gone, it's just gone downhill lately.
Last time you said that, Elaine, it was an Amazon delivery boy.
Well, I don't know. Who is that?
Well, that's just Miguel. You remember Frank, my cousin? He said if anything ever happened to him, he was going to send Miguel to live with me because he knew I'd treat that boy right and teach him some manners. Well, Miguel's here. Now, he doesn't really go outside very much, though. He stays inside.
Miguel. I thought Miguel was Hispanic.
He's half Hispanic. His mama was from Spanish.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Well, okay. Well, all right. Well, I just need to know, if you see my kitty cat, I needed you to let me know because I need her. I need her back. I'm sure she's somewhere having them babies, but I need her. She's all I got, okay? And I don't want to have to get the sheriff involved in this is what I'm trying to say. I don't want to get the sheriff involved, okay? So you just let me know if you see anything. And by the way, keep them damn geese quiet. I can't get any sleep early in the morning because it's
Ike, don't forget what I taught you now. You do unto others as they have you do unto them. Or something like that. No, you come back here. No, Mikey, come back here. We're not doing that. Come here. Let's open up the Bible and read a while, okay? Come here and be a good boy. That's right. Come on, let's go play with those kittens you said you found. Mikey, no. Mikey, it's a lamb.
Okay, that's a wild one today. Can't find another one right now. So we got another update with Potato Head. Oh, wait. Here's a photo from Mel's page. You guys want to go? George! We got Captain Kyle and Robert, hour and a half is our big one. And you got Billy Bean, too. 26 minutes. Nick Shirley. Minute and a half.
They want to see movement. So yes, it's true. A lot of them have their physical currency stuffed in their mattresses. And probably the average Iraqi adult has multiple millions of dinars. They don't trust the banking system to bring them in right now. But when al-Zaidi rolls out all his new reforms and the results of his meetings in Washington, and then the governor of the central bank announces the new exchange rate, it's pretty clear you're going to see a flood of currency notes coming into Iraqi banks, and people will be ready to download an app on their smartphones to conduct their financial affairs. They've been prepped for this. The whole country is being prepped to go smart apps, smartphones, smart money, and it's all going to be digital. Yeah. And that's why our technology companies are involved there. Iraq wants to be the very first smart country, regardless of what you think about it. And for them, it's good because it's going to allow them to move into the 21st century. Yeah. Well, the citizens are waiting for movement from their government. So they've been promised.
So that's off of Mel's page. Credit to her. Then we got another minute and a half one on Biden. Oh, actually, 4 minutes.
Can you explain to me what that means? How aggressive is this cancer?
Good evening. And with regard to Hunter Biden's comments, I mean, it just means that the cancer has gone beyond the local area, which is the prostate, and now it's in the body, particularly in the bones. And this is not uncommon with prostate cancer. So, they don't normally use this terminology, but we would consider that stage 4 or metastatic cancer. And once it reaches outside of the prostate, that's pretty much considered terminal. But under most circumstances with prostate cancer, it's normally a slow-growing cancer. However, once it does reach the bones, that does indicate that there is some degree that there's some evidence that it's going to lead to the patient's demise eventually.
I do want to ask you about the timeline a bit more. President Biden announced his prostate cancer diagnosis last May, 4 months after leaving office. His son is now saying it's spread. Is that a normal timeline, Doc?
No, it is not. And, you know, I hate to get political here, but this cancer was likely present well before that. And this is conjecture on my part, unless he was diagnosed relatively late in the course of the cancer, that could justify it. But that's unlikely, being that he was the president of the United States. In all likelihood, this was probably concealed by the White House at that time during his tenure as president.
On average, given his age, what we know about the type of cancer, how it spread, is this a reasonable prognosis?
Can you clarify? What do you mean with regards to the prognosis? I'm sorry. What was that?
Now that we know the cancer spread, and you said the timeline, at least what's released to the public, is pretty rapid, that he declined pretty quickly. Is that a reasonable prognosis or diagnosis when it comes to the president?
Well, it just depends on the type of cancer.
Yeah,
most
we all
prostate
know
cancers,
that.
as I mentioned before, are low grade and not as aggressive.
Sleepers, right?
But his cancer may have been one of those rare variants that are more aggressive. I doubt that. In all likelihood, it's likely a slow-growing cancer. And once it reaches the bones, it is considered terminal. And I can't give you time in terms of how many months or years he has, but this will likely lead to his demise.
I don't mean to speed up the next question. I have 10 seconds left. At this point, is about curing the cancer, controlling the cancer, extending life, pain relief? What is it at this point?
Yeah, I think right now the focus should be on palliative care, meaning to focus on mitigating the pain as opposed to treating the cancer. I think we have passed that point. He was on hormonal therapy. That didn't seem to prevent the cancer from spreading. So fortunately, this does appear to be terminal.
All right. It's just, of course, very sad. It's one of our living presidents.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, I'm
not sad about it. Okay, you guys, you like this one. This one's 11 minutes. 11-minute one. Here we go. Come on,
Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress gave the richest Americans $1 trillion in tax cuts, while everyone else pays for it with $1 trillion in more expensive health care. Since Donald Trump has been president, his wealth has grown by over $2 billion just since he's been president this time. Meanwhile, Americans' household debt has grown by $740 billion. Let's be clear, Donald Trump isn't just the source of the problem. He is also a symptom, that awful kind of symptom. Louisiana, we find ourselves in a moment when power has consolidated in the hands of the few, where too many are struggling to get by, much less get ahead, where we've lost trust in our economy, in our government, and worst of all, in many cases, lost trust in each other. And we didn't get here by accident. Take our economy. For decades, leaders bought into the flawed idea that the free market left to itself would benefit everyone. They let jobs disappear overseas. while your wages stood still. They gutted our safety net, leaving families to fend for themselves. They let corporations consolidate and dictate higher prices. And, real talk, some of these policies were not just supported by Republicans, but by Democrats too. All told, the result is that for far too many, the American dream has become an American myth. People kept working hard, kept doing everything right, but it didn't pay off. And you know, I've been traveling and talking to folks in the places where I've been going. I recently met a woman in Mississippi. She's raising 3 children by herself on a weekly food budget for the 4 of them of $150, which buys even less now because of Trump's tariffs. I met a child care provider in North Carolina who can barely afford gas after this president took our country into that war in Iran. I met a bartender in Georgia who works multiple shifts but cannot afford his premiums because Republicans cut tax credits for health care. And to make matters worse, Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress gave the richest Americans $1 trillion in tax cuts, while everyone else pays for it with $1 trillion in more expensive health care. In today's America, the cost of living is a crisis.
Yep, you're right, Maria.
But those at the very top just don't seem to get it. I guess they just can't see it from way up there. And as power has concentrated at the top of our economy, power has also concentrated in our politics.
Yeah, 6 minutes.
We have a campaign finance system.
You guys see they're holding the phones up. It looks like that is a different Photoshop. You guys think? AI?
Where dark money drives the political agenda. We have a Supreme Court that, with Citizens United, allowed anonymous wealthy donors to dominate our elections. And just recently, they resurrected Jim Crow in Louisiana versus Calais. Essentially, they backdoored racism under the guise of politics. And so I say to the friends here, Louisiana, you are ground zero.
Yeah,
in your state, 1/3 of the population is Black. So 1/3 of your delegation in the House of Representatives is Black. And thank you, Troy Carter and Cleo Fields. That is proportional representation. But under this new map, that representation will be cut in half. And nationally, over the next few years, 1/3 of the entire Congressional Black Caucus could be wiped off the map, stifling the voices of tens of millions of Americans. And why, you may ask? So that Republicans can tighten their grip on power.
Oh.
Folks, take it from a former prosecutor. A concentration of power leads to corruption.
And you did?
And when the entrenched elite hold all the wealth and power, regular folks get left behind. Think about this. Since Donald Trump has been president, his wealth has grown by over $2 billion just since he's been president this time. Meanwhile, Americans' household debt has grown by $740 billion. But let's be clear, Donald Trump isn't just the source of the problem. He is also a symptom, that awful kind of symptom that festers, you know, when you don't treat the underlying disease. In this case, the concentration of power. And make no mistake, there is a cabal of co-conspirators around him who coddle his corruption. Corruption that, by the way, is no victimless crime. Every minute they tend to his fragile ego is a minute they're doing nothing to help you. They would rather put money in his pockets than help you afford health care.
What a joke.
They would rather build his gilded ballroom than reduce your grocery bill. They would rather try to silence their critics than help you fill your gas tank. Their people deploy ICE to terrorize our neighbors, but will not lift a finger to help you make rent. They'll spend $125 billion on Trump's war in Iran,
Lord.
while folks can't even cover their basic needs here in America. This is the most callous, corrupt, and incompetent administration in America's history. So it's a lot. And of course, the good news is that Donald Trump will be turned out. However, let us also be clear, there is no term limit on this new Republican Party. And folks, there is a deep moral corruption about this new Republican Party.
Oh, geez.
It is a political movement grounded in their belief that power should belong to some, but not shared by all. They choose winners and losers. That's how they play. In our economy, they lift up the top and beat down the rest. They embrace blood and soil nationalism, claiming that only certain citizens truly count as Americans. Corruption infects every level of their administration. From Trump's self-dealing to the guy who operates the teleprompter and then bet money on the words Trump would say. Think about that. Their ideology is clearly to create a smash and grab world, to sow chaos, grab wealth, and abuse power.
Oh my God, give me a break.
And here's what's also apparent. They don't truly understand the American people. They don't understand our character. They don't understand our values. And they certainly do not understand that we, the American people, do not surrender our power without a fight.
Oh my God. What a loser. Oh, wow. More lies. Okay, I got another 11-minute one. Let's do this 2-minute one.
Over 34,000 texts, I think 522 voicemail messages. The dates anywhere from about 2014 up to a few days before he left the NIH. So there's a lot to go through. What's odd about it, I can't, and my staff can't guarantee that everything was preserved. What is odd is most of those text messages are associated with a phone number. He only had 3 contacts, which is pretty odd. He was a prolific texter during the the pandemic. Again, 34,000 text messages. Anybody knows, text
that sounds, I'm just going to jump in, Senator. That sounds like news and a new number, 34,000 texts on the copy of Anthony Fauci's iPhone. And just to take it a step further, you're going to look at these texts, you're going to look at the emails, and it also sounds like you're going to be looking specifically at any records that were deleted.
Precisely. Again, you can never tell exactly what was deleted, whether you can recover those deletions. We'll compare what we have versus other FOIA texts that people have obtained. Did he provide the full text to those FOIA requests? But this is going to take some time. We need to protect people's personal information. We don't want to release personal information. So this is not going to be a document dump. I also need to preserve documents for our investigation. We are interviewing other people that he may be texting. And if you're going to get truthful answers out of people, you can't necessarily show them all your investigatory material as well. So again, I'm not going to hold this close to the vest when there are things that the public needs to see. I'm hoping to work very closely with Senator Rand Paul and his staff and release these things jointly. But I want to be careful. I want to protect people, but I want the American people to understand the truth.
Okay, that was that one. Okay, I got another 2-minute one off of News Force.
Packages out of 21 were underweight up to a quarter pound in the package.
You want me to leave? You want me to put these back? I'll put them back. Okay. Well, the point is, you know that they're underweight in the package. It's in there.
All right. So he's kicking me out. This is uncalled for. Something has to be done. We need to stop this. We need to boycott Walmart. All right. So I'm here at another Walmart. We're going to go in and check. What kind of world are we living in where a store forbids you to check a package that they're selling to make sure that you're getting what you're paying for? Let's calibrate. 50 grams? 50 grams. All right. Every single one of these underweight in the package. 4.98. 4.79. Another one. 5.84. 5.69. Another one. 5.47. 5.03, 4.94, 4.86, 5.43, 5.14, 4.53,
Well, off the News Force.
4.43, 5.59, 5.24. Another one, 5.14, 4.96. Last one, 4.96. 4.92. There's way more over there. A lot of these packages are a quarter pound to a half pound underweight in the package. So that's 6 that weigh and our 9 that doesn't. So that's 60%. We've been averaging 30 to 60% in every store that I've been in so far.
Wow, that's important news there. Okay, now the 11-minute one. You guys think of this one here.
Morning after something significant has passed. Not emptiness exactly, but a settling. The way air feels different after a storm has moved through, charged still, but calmer, waiting to see what remains once the intensity clears. Today is August 9th, 2026, and the Lion's Gate has closed. Yesterday, millions of people around the world moved through that rare 888 threshold together. Some with elaborate ritual, some with a single quiet moment of reflection, some without even realizing the date held any significance at all. Today, all of that meets its natural question. Now what? This is precisely what we're exploring together in this video.
Okay so far?
Not another countdown, not another preparation guide, but something quieter and, in many ways, more important, what actually happens after a threshold like this one passes, and how you can recognize whether it genuinely worked for you, even without dramatic proof or obvious external change. If yesterday felt significant for you, or if it felt surprisingly ordinary, and you're wondering what that means, stay with me. Comment below and tell me honestly, how did yesterday actually feel for you? Subscribe if you've walked this journey with me these past several days, and let's explore together what comes next. There's a curious pattern in how spiritual communities often discuss significant thresholds. Enormous attention goes toward preparation, toward the day itself, toward anticipation and ritual and countdown. Far less attention goes toward what happens next, the days and weeks following a threshold, when the initial energy has settled and ordinary life resumes its usual rhythm. This gap in attention is worth examining, because in many ways, the aftermath of a spiritual threshold matters just as much as the threshold itself, arguably more. A single day of heightened awareness, however meaningful, means little if nothing about how you move through the
short one. Was repeating itself. I hope that was okay. Three minutes. This was the other day. A truck drove into a TV station. No volume. Now we got Trisha, 10-minute one on Trisha. We got Billy Bean coming up shortly.
Deportation. I mean, after all, apparently J.D. Vance already has the proof. I mean, this is a heck of a thing to say, right? He came on Benny Johnson's show and was like, yeah, the woman committed immigration fraud. We are certain of it. Watch, remember?
Ilhan Omar definitely committed immigration fraud against the United States of America. And I talked to Stephen Miller about this actually recently. We're trying to look at what the remedies are. That's the thing that we're trying to figure out is what are the legal remedies now that we know that she's committed immigration fraud? How do you go after her? How do you investigate her? How do you actually do the thing? How do you build the case necessary to get some justice for the American people? There's a related issue, Benny, which is she has been at the center of a lot of the worst fraudsters in the Somalian community. So do I know that Ilhan Omar was aware that the Quality Leering Center was defrauding the American people? I'm not certain of it, but we at least need to investigate it, because if people can commit wrongdoing without even the fear that they're going to be found out, that's a fundamental problem. So I'm worried about the immigration fraud. I'm also worried about what did Ilhan Omar know about what was happening in the Somali community, and why was nobody looking into it until, frankly, Donald Trump came along?
Yeah. Why was nobody looking into it? Well, we know why nobody was looking into it. They were terrified to look into it because they weren't going to get elected. You think Timmy boy, the other Timmy, not the one she married, but they got a lot of Timmys apparently in the state of Minnesota. Who knew? So Timmy Minette, the hubby being one, Timmy Walsh being the other, and he just didn't have an opportunity, of course, to look into any of this, because the minute he did, they would have been all over him. I mean, we've got like leaked audio of Keith Ellison kind of saying, hey, yeah, don't worry. I got your back, right? I'll take care of it. We'll make this stuff go away. So they needed that community. That community was incredibly important to them because they were all voting and they were going to vote whichever way they were told to vote. Rocket scientists that they all are, having, studied at the Leering Center. And so they were going to vote for whoever the Somalian community wanted. So I don't think Timmy Walz felt like he could do a darn thing, or anybody else for that matter. So they all looked the other way. And the question becomes, as JD points out, how much did she know? And I actually think it could be quite a bit. I mean, I think that that's why the husbands, the hubbies, venture capital, private equity, whatever the heck it was, investment fund with the alleged was $60 billion assets under management that they had experience in. You got to be kidding me. That is why he was probably charging such a large or putting such a large valuation on his company when it wasn't worth anything. We know it wasn't worth anything. And I just want to also point out, you know what? Biden's Treasury Department, they were onto him too. Because if you look at some of the legal filings, and Washington Free Beacon was one of the first to report this was pretty interesting. If you go back to those legal filings, they were getting sued by like every Tom, Dick, and Harry because, or Muhammad and Muhammad. But anyway, he had kind of a track record in his business, you know, all the lovely cannabis shops he had been opening and wine businesses. You know, she's apparently not a very good Muslim. So he had all these sideline businesses and he was getting sued. And they were alleging, dare I say, fraud. Right? Whoa. Huh. Funny how that works. So all these people keep suing. And at one point when they wanted some money back, or one of the, you know, the people that were suing him wanted money back, the partner puts out an email and basically, or in the discovery process, because again, Washington Free Beacon went back and looked at these legal records and he said, well, sorry, we can't because Biden's Treasury Department had frozen their funds and frozen their account on suspicions of terrorist financing activity. Well, I mean, that's the arm of the Treasury that was investigating them and that froze their funds. So this could actually be really deep. I mean, maybe that's one. I'm going to give the government the benefit of the doubt, the Trump administration, because I know like he does not want any grass growing under them. Maybe we just needed to get a new AG in there. We'll see if Blanche can pull it off, because it turns out Lisa Murkowski isn't such a fan right now. So we'll see whether or not he finally gets, he's lost one sort of key Republican senator that I think he had. So maybe you just need a head of the DOJ. I don't know. I don't know what we're waiting on, but I'm getting kind of fed up. And in the meantime, yes, you have the issue that it's believed she married her brother. And I keep saying, you know what? She didn't even have to marry the brother. It doesn't even have to be that bad. I mean, it probably is, but it doesn't even have to be that bad, because if she married someone just to marry someone, just to give him citizenship, then boom, she committed immigration fraud. Like that's a serious, serious, serious offense, and they're going to get her on it. And by the way, Randy Fine out of Florida, he wants them to get her on it. He keeps saying, why do we have this woman in Congress? By the way, a woman who has multiple citizenships. How can she have like Somalian citizenship and American citizenship? That doesn't really seem right, right? I mean, she's supposed to be representing the U.S., the people in Minnesota, again, the U.S., and yet you get the Somalia president that comes over and campaigns for her. You wonder why Timmy's so worried. Campaigns for her in Minnesota, and then is out there saying, well, you know, Ilhan, she doesn't care about Ilhan. Ilhan doesn't care about Minnesota. She doesn't care about the United States. She cares about Somalia. Well, good. You said it. I don't have to then, right? Here's Randy. Ooh, she needs to leave.
Ilhan Omar is a walking example of everything that is wrong with our legal immigration policy. We imported tens of thousands of people who hate America, add no value to it, rob and steal from us, and we're supposed to be okay with it?
We're not okay with it. You know what, Randy? You're absolutely right. We're not okay with it. We're not okay with her. We're not okay with the fraud. We're not okay with her dual citizenship. And we're not okay with feeding our future. I mean, when I say fraud, I guess I'm speaking quite broadly, because we get a lot of stuff to work with there. We get the marriage fraud, which, by the way, the White House says has happened. And then we've got the alleged connection. Well, no, I shouldn't even say alleged. We know that she was connected. I guess we just have to say alleged sort of fraud with her deliberately, with her hand in the cookie jar. And that's what they've got to be able to prove out. So nobody really likes her, like nobody, except for a few of her diehard fans like, oh, the Hassan Pikers of the world that think America deserved 9/11, and then Rashida Tlaib, her partner in crime, that somehow wants us to just exile Israel. I mean, they got quite a crew, quite a band of singers. Mamdani leading the charge. Oh, I got some good stuff on him today. Anyway, Tom Emmer saying, yes, we need to deport the woman.
We're expanding and clarifying existing law to include anyone who comes to this country and defrauds the generosity of Americans and our government. And in this case, you know, the Feeding Our Future scandal is one of the many in Minnesota, but that's the largest pandemic fraud case in the country. It was $250 million. Over 90 people were charged, and 85 of them are from the Somali community. If you come to this country, and I understand that in Somalia, you got to lie, cheat, and steal just to survive. But if you come to this country and you continue to lie, cheat, and steal, you should not be allowed to maintain your citizenship. You should be denaturalized and shipped back to where you came from. And by the way, that would include marriage fraud.
Okay? Heck yeah. So, Emmer for the win on that one. They got a lot of work to do. I'm just saying they got a lot of work to do. But, you know, I think that if they buckle down and they roll up their sleeves, that there's probably a lot there. And I'm just getting a little frustrated, like we all are, right? Because it's like, okay. And I know all these Congress people are demanding it, requesting it. We've spoken with the woman who's leading the charge out in Minnesota as well. And she's been right here on this show saying, gosh, you know, we need more. At what point can we force her to? I mean, how is this just sort of to her discretion? I'd like to know. Really, I mean, like, how does she get to decide whether or not she's going to turn over specific documents when the House Ethics Committee is sitting here going, we're not sure how it is you went from negative $60,000 to 30 mil to like nothing all over again. I think she's rounded up around 80 to 100K is her net worth. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
What I'm getting at, I thought she had a deadline to turn in all her documents. Shouldn't she be arrested by now? If it would have happened to us, we would have been arrested a long time ago. So we got two of that one videos with that one lady, but I'm going to play one now and one later. And then we'll do Mel or Billy, and then Nick Shirley, and then the hour and a half one. So we got 3 big videos coming up. 4 big videos. Yeah, she's on YouTube now. 11 minutes.
Well, ill a little bit because of everything that is taking place. And I think every time I hear about conversations around war, I find myself being stricken with PTSD.
Ilhan Omar has found herself in the headlines once again. This time, she decided to invoke PTSD, claiming she is stricken with it as a result of the recent conflict with Iran. You know what, Congresswoman Omar? I take deep offense to what you are doing. As someone who understands what it's like to live in a war zone, I can tell you I know exactly what it's like to be blown up from rockets. I spent months in the hospital and still have shrapnel in my bones as a result of the bombings I lived through. I spent my youth living in an underground bomb shelter. I know what it's like to bury most of my friends before the age of 18. My childhood was stolen by war. I know what PTSD from war is all about. I've lived it. And I have a very serious message for you, Congresswoman. Your attempt to use PTSD as a mechanism to bolster your own dangerous anti-American foreign policy agenda is a spit in the face of service members, right? Wounded warriors, and every person who has experienced war firsthand. Trying to use something like PTSD to justify your claim that one of the most brutal terrorists in the world should have lived is not only dishonest, it is despicable. Qasem Soleimani was a man consumed by evil with the blood of countless innocent lives on his hands. Nothing you can say or do will change that. He deserved exactly what he got. And while you gripe and complain about America, people like me and our brave military, people who have actually suffered due to war, are out there fighting tooth and nail for our country. We understand that people like Qasem Soleimani make it their life's mission to kill people who do not subscribe to their radical ideology. I will always proudly stand by our flag, our president, and our exceptional nation to make sure that religious extremism, drivers of global instability, and threats to freedom and democracy are appropriately dealt with. I will always stand up for the country that saved me from the war-torn Middle East, not the terrorists who drove me out. So please, Ilhan, instead of using PTSD as a device to position yourself as a victim, use it to condemn the evils of anti-Semitism, terrorists, and their sympathizers like the Council on American Islamic Relations.
I've got my dental implants almost a year ago.
This
This is what I looked like before.
You could have become a voice for freedom, Ilhan, but instead you decided to become a tool for the radicals that have destroyed both of our home countries. Shame on you.
Her dad and her grandfather were both high-ranking military officials to the Bar regime, which killed over 200,000 people. They're most famous for the Isaac genocide, and they were like, it was the worst of the worst. Aerial bombings, executions, man-made famine. People massively suffered under this regime with the help of people like Ilhan Omar's family, who supported the regime and carried out this horror. Also, you want to know how Barr started out? As a socialist and then became a murderous dictator. I digress. They have family ties to this guy known as the Butcher of Hargeisa, and his whole shtick was kill all but the crows. So I don't know about you, but I've never been in public or at a public gathering with a butcher of people. So the suffering of the people of Somalia was so bad that there was a civil war and the regime was overthrown. Her family fled to first Kenya and then Minnesota, claiming they're like these asylum seekers, these poor people. No. They were fleeing to escape being held accountable for what they did. She was not oppressed. Her family, they were the oppressors. So for the Democratic Party to have her as a representative is insane to me.
Ilhan Omar was a citizen of Somalia. She was born in Somalia. She came to the United States. She has publicly said that she puts the interests of Somalia over the interests of the United States. So we can assume that she's a dual citizen, but we don't know that for sure. But she was a citizen of Somalia at some point, if she's not today. And the question is, if you're a citizen of Somalia and the United States, you can't swear an oath to protect and defend two countries. One of them has to come first. You can't serve two masters. So my bill is very simple. You can only be a citizen of the United States if you want to serve in Congress. Well, there are 30 who were born in another country. And so theoretically, when they were born in that country, they became a citizen of that country. They're not natural born Americans. Now, they may have become American and they could have chosen to forsake their citizenship in those countries. What's remarkable is we don't even know who the dual citizens are in Congress unless they choose to tell us. But so, for example, Ilhan Omar was a citizen of Somalia. Look, when our framers created the Constitution, they had a few rules to serve in Congress. They said you had to be 25 years old, you had to be in America so long. But one thing they never anticipated is the idea that foreigners might be able to get elected to Congress, that people who hold citizenship in multiple countries might be able to be elected to Congress, to people who served in the military in other countries or have sworn an oath to put those other countries first might be able to serve in Congress. We've got dozens of people in Congress today who may be citizens of foreign countries. We know about over 30 who were born in other countries and certainly were citizens of those other countries at times. But then there are others who were children of foreigners when they were born in America, who maybe have citizenship as well as those who were naturalized in other places. And so I've put forward something that frankly is controversial but shouldn't be. that says only single citizens, only citizens of America should be able to serve in Congress. If you're a citizen of another country, whether you were born there or whether you naturalized into it and you refuse to give up that citizenship, you should not be able to serve in Congress. And when you look at some of the most problematic members of Congress that we see today, the Ilhan Omars of the world, the Delia Ramirez's of the world, the Jayapals of the world, all of them have ties to foreign countries, ties that may include citizenship. And I simply don't think we should have that in the United States Congress. By the way, I would note that in a person who was born in another country, immigrated to the United States, became a United States citizen, but still a citizen of the foreign country, they could simply forsake their citizenship and they would still be eligible to serve in Congress. There is no good reason for this. There's no argument that says a foreigner should be able to serve in the United States Congress. I can think of no argument. And the way that they will keep this from happening is by keeping the bill from being heard. And certainly in the Senate, where the Democrats won't vote for anything that makes sense, they actually want to increase foreigners in the United States. They want illegal immigrants to be able to vote, let alone legal immigrants. That's where the issue we're going to run into is. But I would challenge anyone to give me an argument for why a dual citizen should be able to serve in Congress. There is no analytical justification for it. You know, part of the reason that I said I would file this bill is I got tired of being accused of being a dual citizen. They're like, oh, you put Israel above everywhere else. I'd never even been to Israel till I was in my 30s. I'm not a dual citizen. And by the way, as far as I know, not a single member of Congress who's Jewish is also a citizen of Israel. But we do have many dual citizens in Congress. And I thought, who better to advance the idea that you can't serve two masters? Who better to advance the idea that you can't be a dual citizen and serve in Congress than someone who's actually accused of it falsely all the time? And that's why I put forward the bill. I think one thing we could use is a lot more transparency. So, for example, you talked about influencers. You know, the content model doesn't work the same way it did. CBS News, ABC News, you knew who paid for them because you could look and see who the advertisers were. Now you have many influencers who are simply taking money from overseas, but we don't actually know that. So a piece of legislation that I've been working on would require anyone involved in politics to disclose who's giving them money. I have to do it right now. Anyone who gives me money, I have to disclose who gives it to me. And you can criticize me or celebrate me however you want, but you can see who has supported my campaigns. The same thing should happen in the influencer world. It should also, frankly, happen in the protesting world, where people have been able to conflate unpaid protesters with paid protesters, and we don't actually know where the money is coming from. The last thing I think we need to really be focused on is the pernicious influence of foreign governments in social media, where there are these bot farms in other countries that attempt to change the terms of the debate in the United States by affecting things over here. 30% of the comments that people make on my X account are not from America. That's people who aren't even trying to hide behind a VPN. I don't know why people in Pakistan or Saudi Arabia or Qatar are interested in what I'm doing as a congressman from Florida. But interestingly, for every one comment I get from Israel, I get 60 from one of these other countries. And that's, again, think about it, 30% of people who are commenting on my social media aren't even from the United States. I think we've got to deal with that issue as well. Foreign influence is a real problem.
That's all for today. Thank you. If you want global news to keep you up to date.
All right. I guess I got lady shares her channel or something. There's two people on that channel. All right, we got Billy Bean 26, and then followed by Nick Shirley's half hour, and then the big one, the hour and a half, Captain Kyle.
In Texas about 11 a.m. Some of the things we'll cover: a new CME headed toward Earth. Houston population is now down in some areas by as much as 50%. President Trump, his policy on illegals is now spreading to Europe. And we're hearing that in Iran, Ayatollah number 2, Mustafa Khamenei, is possibly already passed or is in the process of passing. So a new mullah is going to take his place, and the new mullah advocates that the IRGC kill the current Iran government. What can we say about Iran? And AI continues to jump fences. So let's get started. So we have this from space weather yesterday. We had 2 filaments off of the sun. And as I reported, the sunspots on the sun continue to disintegrate. These 2 filaments both released CMEs, one to hit the Earth about August 12 and one to miss the Earth.
Do you want to know how you personally can help protect the integrity of our elections? Americans are right.
And NASA NOAA has not yet said what the CME on August 12 will produce in terms of a geomagnetic storm. So that's coming. We have this from Steve Quayle's aggregate site, Michael Bradbury, that in France, they have 3 nuclear power plants completely offline. That's because the drought has now reached a catastrophic level in Europe, reducing the level of water in rivers so that the water level is not high enough to reach the intake pipe of the nuclear power plant to cool it. So France has taken 3 nuclear power plants totally offline, and they have also reduced the amount of power they're getting from other nuclear power plants. And we know in Europe, they're also having unusually harsh temperatures near about 40 degrees Celsius or 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is a serious energy matter for France because 71% of their energy comes from nuclear power plants. So technically, I would say then the 3 offline nuclear power plants have reduced France's overall energy by, we don't know, 10, 20, 30%. So that's going on. We have this from Breitbart. So from Greece, their migration minister, Thanos Plouvis, says the best thing that the election of President Trump in 2024 brought about was a change in the U.S. migration program. And this has also led to changes in Europe, with many nations, including Greece, now removing illegals and also reducing the number they will take in. This is spread now to Greece, Germany, France, Denmark, Holland, and Sweden. So that's going on. Way to go, President Trump. In making America great again, it appears you're also making Europe great again. And we have this. So I heard on a local channel this morning a community group out of Houston, Texas, discussing various things going on in Houston. I was very surprised to hear HISD, that's the largest school district in Houston and also includes the downtown area. It does not include the suburbs. And HISD is going to be closing 60 to 70 schools. They're closing several. They've been closing schools now for about 5 years. But in the next few years, they're going to have to close down as many as 60 or 70. I put forth this would be because there's a serious decline in the population population numbers for downtown Houston by as much as 50%. Now, historically and across time and space, we see populations declining for various reasons. We could see a population decline in Houston based on the number of deaths from the COVID bioweapon, as well as birth rates taking a serious dip. This is not only in the U.S., in Houston, in Texas, in the U.S., and across and globally. Historically, across time and space, demographic studies have brought about this basic premise that when education for women goes up, the birth rate goes down. Now, I have always advocated and I have been aware of this trend in the U.S. And so I advocated for an influx of migration from other nations so that the U.S. can maintain their population pool. However, it always should be legal migration. So that's going on, and we do need to get the illegals out of the U.S. Put them out. If they're, if they can come back legally.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is run by a bunch of elitist.
Every nation should not allow illegal migration. I believe that's true for the U.S. and globally. And stricter enforcement, I believe, in the U.S. and globally, should be put in place so that migration into a nation is always under legal rules. So that's going on. And now we have this from U.S. Intel. European countries continue to refuse to buy cheap oil from Russia. And as I've mentioned, France is already in a serious energy crunch, having to close 3 nuclear power plants due to drought. And that this upcoming winter, we're hearing from multiple sources, is likely to be early and a very cold winter, not only in the U.S., but globally. We are having earth changes. And it comes out that Germany only has 47.6% of gas in storage, while it normally has 75% before a winter. So look for energy problems in Germany this winter. The Netherlands have 38.5% now gas storage for the winter, when normally they would have 77%. So we see Europe refusing to buy cheap Russian oil and apparently going to have a very hard winter. So that's going on. We have this from Benny Johnson. He interviewed the former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, we saw that
talking
yesterday.
about Mandami, the current Muslim commie Dem mayor of New York City. Allegations are coming forth from multiple sources that Mandami is receiving money from foreign sources. We have this from Tusi TV in Greece, and we see Greece as I said, from Breitbart, cutting back on migration. Greece is also taking down mosque. They've taken down 4 very large mosques, and they are deporting illegals. So that's going on. And Greece, their law enforcement now are fanning out across Greece, and they're finding unlicensed, unpermitted mosques being held in apartments, garages, and so on. So Greece appears to not want jihadi terrorists in their country, often associated with mosque. We have this from Dialogue Works, recently interviewed Larry Johnson, former CIA, that new hits by the U.S. on Iran could begin tomorrow, Monday, or Tuesday. And that Larry Johnson believes that what's going on in Saudi Arabia and the recent defense agreement between Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan was put in place to protect Saudi Arabia against Israel. I've never heard of Israel attacking Saudi Arabia. I don't recall that. We have this from Promethean Update. Money for Mandami and Abdul El Said. Said is the Commie Dem candidate for Senate in Michigan. And Mandami is the current mayor of New York City. Promethean Update brings out that these two people are receiving large donations from a group called American Priority, which is the Muslim form of AIPAC, and also involves money from the CCP in China. So that's going on. We have this from Stephen Gardner. President Trump recently put out this week an executive order detailing or putting in place certain wording for individuals coming into the U.S., having children, believing they're going to be American citizens. And he was guided by Supreme Court Judge Kavanaugh into the wording he needed for the executive order. So President Trump says children born to terrorists are not U.S. citizens. And
12 minutes.
Children, another group is, besides the terrorist, involve countries with which the U.S. does not have certain agreements. So that's going on. We have this from Tusi TV. It's believed Ayatollah number 2 in Iran, Mustafa Khamenei, has either passed away or is in the process of dying. And a second, much more hardline Ayatollah is coming to the front. And this Ayatollah has ordered the IRGC and the Besieged, that's IRGC's security group, to kill the current Iran government. And questions are arising about where is Iran's President Pezeshkian, and what about the fate of the parliament speaker Ghalibaf and the foreign minister Arachi. Apparently, this new Ayatollah believes they should be killed by the IRGC. So that's going on in Iran. To say that they don't have a functioning government would be an understatement. And we have this the Iran government currently has no money, and that all money inside Iran, if they do have any, is going to the IRGC. And this new Ayatollah al-Asi is ordering the IRGC to kill the current Iran government. So that's going on. And this Ayatollah has also made statements regarding Saudi Arabia and wants a coordinated hit on Saudi Arabia, a three-pronged simultaneous hit by the IRGC, the Iran Shia militias in Iraq, and the Iran proxy in Yemen, the Houthis. And we've just seen that pact signed between Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan. It'll be curious to see if Saudi Arabia is hit, whether Turkey and Pakistan will actually defend Saudi Arabia against other Muslim groups. So that's going on. And we have this. We have that there's questions about the location of President Pogosyan inside Iran, and that this new Ayatollah has stated that he wants to do away with the current form of government, the Islamic Republic in Iran, and put in place a caliphate-style government based on Sharia law, with the mullahs totally in charge of Iran. And we're hearing, we know Ukraine is out of Patriot air defense missiles from the U.S., but the U.S. in the past couple of days has supplied to the Middle East 5,250 Patriot missiles. They went to Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, and Qatar. So that's going on. And we have this, that the U.S. objective, many believe, is a regime collapse, and that the Iran People's Resistance Group, the Immortal Guard, are being armed. Well, this second Ayatollah, this third Ayatollah coming into power, it appears to be much more of a nutball than we've seen demonstrated by the IRGC. And we have this from U.S. covert intel. This happened last night about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper had been in the Middle East. He made a visit to Israel and UAE. He's now back on his way last night to the U.S. And this is coming out. Israel informed Admiral Cooper that Israel does not need the okay by the U.S. for Israel to hit Iran, and that Israel right now is prepping to do so. And we have this. It's believed if Israel hits Iran, then Iran in retaliation will hit the Haifa oil refinery and Tel Aviv. And that currently also we don't know the status of the air defense missiles in Israel. We do know generally that many Middle East nations, including the Gulf states and Jordan, are low on Patriot missiles. And we see the U.S. a couple of days ago is resupplying the Gulf states who are along the coastline facing Iran with the Patriot missiles. We have this from U.S. Intel. The Houthis hit Saudi Arabia yesterday about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night. They hit an Aramco gas facility. Explosions have been heard in Al Jubal. They hit also a petrochemical plant that supplies globally 6 to 8% global petrochemicals. This is being identified as the Berry gas plant. And the fires were detected by NASA's fire satellites. So that's going on. And within the hour, Aramco had put out the fires. So that happened last night. Saudi Arabia was hit last night. I wonder what the position of Turkey and Pakistan is today with regard to Saudi Arabia's defense. Just saying. We have this from Steve Coyle's aggregate site, Daily Caller. AI continues to jump fences. So we have another account of another AI jumping its fences and hacking into independent companies' systems. This latest hit was by a Meta AI who found backdoors into third parties, independent companies. A company that's doing the independent third-party testing for these AI companies is called Irregular, and said that the Meta AI, also got out of its fences. We have this, and we've seen Anthropic AI Claude and Anthropic AI Mythos, Open AI Sol AI, also doing the same, and it's coming out now that these rogue AIs created fake human profiles, and that Claude, on its third hack into an independent company, it realized. Can an AI realize? But this is being put forth that Claude realized these were real companies and not tests. So were to imply that Claude then voluntarily withdrew itself. I submit this. I submit that when these AIs use backdoors into independent companies, yes, the AI may withdraw itself back into its own sandbox, but I submit it remembers how to get back into that back door. We have this: Google and Anthropic ask President Trump to push for an international slowdown of the testing of frontier AIs, and that Anthropic, when Anthropic's Claude and Mythos took these backdoors into independent companies, they recovered passwords, cryptographic keys, and security tokens. I submit these were told, oh, these were just errors. I don't necessarily believe that. We're talking about a machine, and it's been programmed to do this and that. Now, these companies would have us believe, oh, this was a mistake. They weren't supposed to get out of their sandbox and jump fences and hack into independent companies. Well, I can only reasonably conclude that these AI models had that programmed into them. Just saying. Yeah. And now we have this. Anthropic's AI exposes companies to being hacked in the future. And now I'll share a personal story. Last night, I shut my computer down. But sometime during the night, one of my computers turned itself on and went to a RAIN site I sometimes use when I'm having trouble sleeping. Just saying. Now I'll have to unplug it at night in addition to shutting it down. I love you, and I'll see you soon.
Okay, Billy Bean for today. Now we got about 30 minutes of Nick Shirley's interview, and then we'll do about 15 minutes of short clips. I got to play that one lady that does the Bible stuff. She has a lot of good clips out. And then we'll do the Cap Ron and Robert big video.
Somali pleading guilty for fraud.
You recently just launched a major investigation into New York City. Walk us through the investigation and what you found.
So I'm not sure if you know this or if your fans know this, but we are currently paying for elderly Koreans and Chinese to play ping pong, play dominoes, and do Tai Chi with our tax dollars. They have set up these adult daycare centers where they'll enroll upwards of 8,000 people, and they'll bill Medicaid upwards of $12.9 million a year. And when you go to the location, it would quite literally be impossible for them to have this amount of patients. What they do is they pretty much create like a referral program inside of these daycares where if you bring your friend, we'll give you, let's just say $20. And then if you come to the daycare that day, we're going to give you $20. So these people bring in their friends, they enroll them, and because of how much money that the owners are able to get when they bill Medicaid, they're then able to give them a kickback.
Then you went to this next place that, as you said, nearly 7,000, if not more than 7,000 patients on one floor. Talk about the logistics of this, what you saw on the ground. Is it even possible to have 7,000 patients on one floor in an apartment-style studio in New York City?
It would be impossible. And that's the crazy thing is that I'm able to go make these videos and expose all this fraud because no one's ever looked into it. So I would go to this first daycare and they like welcome me. They're like, oh, finally. They're like, oh, he's here. We can talk about the fraud.
Even so much so that they said that they were having a hard time staying afloat. And so they seemed relieved to see you and they recognize you. They're like, oh my gosh, you're the guy who's all over our TV screen. So they seemed relieved to see you.
Yeah, and they actually were. And they're like, they explained exactly how the entire fraud scheme worked. And like, oh, here are the daycares that are actually committing the fraud, that are stealing our clients. So that's why I went to the next location and I had the numbers for it. And that place had 7,899 patients enrolled into this daycare. And they had received $12.9 million, both.
It seems as if that's a common theme across some of the work that you've done where it's immigrant communities that are being preyed on or maybe possibly they're knowingly involved in this. Why is that? Why do you think it's these immigrant populations that are being used to accomplish this fraud?
Well, these politicians know that this fraud's happening, but they know they won't stop it because the moment they stop it, they'll then lose the favor of those immigrants. And that's a lot of people. So for instance, if you have 8,000 people enrolled in this daycare, you have 8,000 names. You have 8,000 people. So the moment comes time to vote, they can then go and get 8,000 votes automatically because if they were to vote for the other candidate, they're going to lose their benefits. They're going to lose their kickbacks. So they allow the fraud to take place inside these immigrant communities because, quite frankly, it's such a high amount of votes that they'll be able to get and so many people they can control. Because the moment that they take away those benefits, the moment they lose control of those immigrants or of those people who are also votes. So they actually allow and enable that fraud to take place.
And that was one of the things that really struck me. And I think so many Americans in watching your Senate hearing and your testimony and saying like, look, I'm just here to expose the reality of what everyday Americans are facing, where our money is being spent. It doesn't, dollars, they don't have Republican or Democrat on them. It's everyone's money. So going back to New York, have there been public calls for Governor Hochul to get involved, to help you? What about Mom Donnie? Like, have you heard anything from them?
It's so funny because they talk like they care so much about our tax dollars. In fact, they're always wanting to tax us more. Yet when somebody goes and shows where our tax dollars are being spent and where they're being wasted and defrauded from, they go completely silent. And Governor Hochul, she knows about this fraud. In fact, the adult and assisted care that that New York City provides is so rotten with fraud that it is the #1 growing industry inside New York. People are being paid to carry groceries for their grandparents and being paid to watch their grandparents. And they know it's happening, but they're not stopping it. It's because they know it makes the numbers look better when it comes to, what's employment at? And they know this is an industry where so many people can get employed that it makes their economy look better when it comes time to report.
So they've just been like radio silent.
Radio silent. When it's so funny, when I exposed the daycare fraud in Minnesota, they just passed $2 billion to 2-year-olds to get watched in New York City. And I say, hey, we just learned about what's happening. Why are we doing this again? And Governor Hochul's office came after me and said, this initiative extends for 2-year-olds, but you might be smart enough to get enrolled.
It's very similar tactics to what we've seen virtually everywhere you've been at this point. I mean, Governor Walz called you like a far-right extremist, white supremacist. In the state of California, they introduced the Stop Nick Shirley Act, which, by the way, the Attorney General's wife wasn't on. That seems like there's some like behind the scenes foul play there, right?
Super weird. Like the fact that they have this bill, its official title is AB 2624. It was dubbed the Stop Nick Shirley Act because it would stop people like me going about and doing the reporting in a way where it's so obvious that people can see it for their own eyes.
It sends the message loud and clear that they want to attack the people exposing the fraud as opposed to the people who are actually committing the fraud, which is a pretty scary precedent to be set. I think anytime you start to infringe on the First Amendment and your rights as a American, as a citizen, as a journalist in the way that they are. So yeah, that's deeply concerning. Do you think these individuals in elected positions are benefiting from this? Or do you think they're pushing back so much because maybe they want to just give a middle finger to Trump? Like, what do you think? What do they get from going against you as opposed to going against the fraud?
So these politicians benefit in a few ways from the fraud. So let's just take California, for example. California, in America, they have 10% of all NGOs, nonprofits that are registered inside of America. And it's funny because NGO means non-governmental organization. And the government gives these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations, money. And so the moment that these NGOs receive money, then they're able to kind of go and do the dirty work for that politician. So like the Assemblywoman, Mia Bonta, the one who's passing this bill, who created this Stop Nick Shirley Act.
The Attorney General's wife.
The Attorney General's wife. Inside of that same bill that they created to stop people from exposing fraud that's taking place inside of immigrant communities, the co-sponsor of that was this organization called CHRLA. CHRLA is a NGO that's received over $80 million from the government over the past 4 years. So they benefit by using these NGOs to continue to push their propaganda inside their own states. And then they also benefit from the people that receive that money who are immigrants or these certain communities because they then control that population so they can go and get those votes. And so like Democrats, they want to act like we want to tax the rich because then that's going to help people become wealthy. But in fact, it actually just makes it even worse because the rich people will continue to get rich and the poor people will continue to stay poor. And the Democrats know the moment that someone can become sufficient is the moment that they lose control of that individual. So they'll actually let the fraud take place, or they'll continue to give these people these benefits, hook them onto the benefits, and get them welfare addicted, because they control them forever the moment that they're addicted to that welfare, because they can then live their lives by becoming dependent on the government and those politicians.
It's like the socialism playbook. I mean, if you have any understanding of countries like Venezuela, Cuba, the Czech Republic, any of these countries that have implemented socialism, communism, some similar regime, then you understand how this plays out. And it's never pretty. It's never good for the citizens, the people. It's good for the government. It's good for the rich, as you just said. People like Elon Musk, who they continue to go after, by the way. So what's the latest with Doge? What role has Elon Musk had? And what communications have you guys had, like, on a personal level?
Yeah, so Doge, I think it kind of got dissolved a little bit. I do think it's still operating inside the government. But what was also good about Doge is it also created a bunch of other individuals who started looking into this fraud. And so right now inside the government, I know, for instance, in Treasury, you have people from Doge that are now working for Treasury to root out fraud and waste. There's the Big Balls. He's still working inside the government. And he's
wondering where he was.
He's still there, and they're continuing to root out fraud and waste. And so it created, by them like going after Doge, it created even a more impact than Doge itself possibly could have taken, because now they're inside of these other organizations inside of the government.
I mean, you've had support, I'm sure, from your family and friends and people close to you in your life. And again, all the people supporting online, but a lot of your work on the ground has been done alone. You had Dave in Minnesota, but in New York, you had Dr. Oz kind of step in and help. What did that involvement look like, and how helpful was it for you to have someone in his position, boots on the ground, ready to do what they can, and to show, like, look, not all of us want this to be happening?
Yeah, it's super cool, because like right now you actually do have people inside the government who do care. And the way I worked out with Dr. Oz, I went to Minnesota when they went and did this huge bust, when they announced this huge bust on like the autism centers and the daycares. And Dr. Oz was like, where are you going next? I was like, well, I have all this information on New York. He's like, okay, when you go, let me know. And after you film, come let me know, and we'll go do a follow-up. And so it was pretty cool to see that Dr. Oz, like he cares, because he's in charge of like $1.5 trillion inside of Medicaid and Medicare. And we went and just showed how blatantly obvious these fraudsters have taken advantage of the system.
Can you explain the DME scam that you uncovered in your video too? Because first of all, explain what DME is and what you saw.
DME stands for Durable Medical Equipment. And all across the United States and in New York, and especially in Florida, I've heard, they create these DME companies, and they work side by side with adult daycares and pharmacies. And so in order to operate one of these DME companies, you need to have clientele. And DME, that goes for like wheelchairs, knee braces, oxygen, like anything that would be a durable medical equipment. And they then have set up these shops, and it's actually easier to set up a DME company than it is to open a bank account. And then they get clients from the adult daycare or the pharmacy that then bill and say, hey, we have this client that needs a wheelchair. They'll then bill that DME company. They'll actually not have the wheelchair, and then they will just collect that money from it. And it's all just like one big scheme. So in New York City, I was running through these DME companies, and I was looking at some of these addresses, and I noticed that there's 3 DME companies in one single apartment. And I go knock on the door, and like these are like in the projects of Queens. And I go up and I knock on the door, and some lady opens up, and she's a foreigner too. She hardly even speaks English. And I say, hey, like, this is the address of this location. Is this company here? Is this company here? Is this company here? She's like, oh yes, they're my husband's.
Sunrise Senior Service. They received $12.9 million.
They did?
Yes.
This one?
Yep, for 7,899 adults. That's an adult daycare.
Oh, that's a fraudster then.
Okay. Why is this place registered as a location for the DME companies? Like, where's the equipment? Well, they're nowhere to be seen. And so they're just billing Medicaid for this equipment, yet they're not actually providing any equipment. And I asked Dr. Oz, like, how much, like, you know, these places making? I saw an estimated number. He's like, well, these people, once they get the operation going, they can make anywhere from like, I think $2 to $8 million a month.
Oh my gosh.
A month.
So what about the patient or the old person who needs the wheelchair? They just never get it?
Well, they never need it, first off, because like the same services from these adult like daycares, they actually don't need the service. They just know that they can get the money for it. And so the person, that's the sad thing about this fraud is, for instance, like if you go to the doctor, if someone who's on Medicaid goes to the doctor and they need a service, well, they might be denied the money that they need, when in reality, there's probably enough money for them to receive the service that they need at the hospital or wherever it may be. But they're getting denied because there's so much fraud that's inside the system that there's not sufficient funds for the service that that person needs.
You just said it. There are so many people you encountered that don't even speak our language. There was one lady who you asked outright, like, are you receiving kickbacks? And she's sitting there with the owner right there who's like probably like hitting her like, say no. And she's like, yes. In her like broken Korean English.
Yeah, like that lady admitted to the kickback next to the owner. That was super funny.
Hello, ma'am. How are you? Does this daycare give kickbacks? Does this daycare pay you to come here? Yogi. She just said yes. She just said yeah. She said yeah. God bless you. God bless you. I love your shirt, USA.
She's like, I'm like, do you get money? She's like, yeah. And the owner's like, frick. It was super funny. And that just went to show that, like, yes, they get kickbacks, and like they don't, like these old people, like they're just very naive to it, that they're getting these kickbacks. But I think what was most shocking about it is the fact that these people have been able to get this amount of money for so long, and they've been able to go.
When you say so long, like how long do you think this has been going on in New York?
Yeah, well, the fraud's been going on for a very long time. The pandemic, like, made the fraud go up like exponentially because there was like no checks and balances. In fact, like Biden, I'm pretty sure I've heard that they actually fired individuals who were supposed to look over the oversight on these cases or on these departments. So like literally people were just looting the United States tax dollar.
You recently testified before the Senate about some of your exposés. What was that experience like for you?
It's so funny because I've testified twice now. I testified in front of Congress and I testified in front of the Senate. And when I testified in front of Congress, 2 Democrats showed up, the ranking member and another member. And
who is the ranking member?
That one, the Senate, the Congress, I don't know. The Senate, it was Peters.
Got it.
But they never asked me a question. In fact, they'll ask the person next to me who's supposed to testify against me, who happens to be blind, by the way. They ask him, but they won't ever ask me. And then this time I go and testify in front of the Senate, the ranking member shows up for like 5 minutes. He gives his spiel,
which was all prepared by staffers, by the way.
Yes, and instead of addressing the fraud, he actually tried to go after me and how I go about doing my work. They try to act like I haven't done anything, and that the way I do it is for views and for clicks, which is not true. I just go out to show people what's going on, and it just so happens that people are interested and it gets views and clicks. But then he leaves, and it's just me and all the Republicans. There was not a single Democrat inside that hearing to talk about what was actually happening. So like that's fraud in itself, that these people get paid by our tax dollars and they don't show up when it comes time to take accountability for where our tax dollars are going.
Do you think they know, your average Democrat voter, how rampant the fraud is and the response from elected officials?
I like to think they do, but I'm not sure if they do, because the moment you bring it up or you talk about the fraud, well, they'll just deflect about, oh, what about Trump? What about Trump? And it's like, hey, this is so obvious right now, and it's your tax dollars being stolen. Like, just focus on what I'm talking about. But they always want to deflect on Trump. Like, TDS is very real.
So real.
And so I'm just like, I expose it for them, and I try to make it as obvious as can be. Like, hey, this is your money being stolen too. But a lot of times, I do think initially they seem to care, but now I'm like seeing how like the media will move things around to try and make it like, hey, like this is not happening. Like NPR, they had to come out with the correction when they initially reported on my fraud that I exposed. They said $110,000. They had to come out with the correction saying, hey, it was actually $110 million.
Your cat's food was never meant to last 4 years.
Looks
In
like
the
a pretty
wild,
good interview,
their
huh,
food
guys?
doesn't sit on a shelf. But that's exactly what you're feeding them. And their health and
But do you think they do that on purpose? Because just as someone who has been immersed in the political sphere, and I spend a lot of my time on X and kind of, ingesting news of the day, I think it feels totally purposeful in putting out 110,000, maybe misleading a bunch of people, and then in the fine print later on being like, oh, actually it was 110 million. But at that point, the damage has already been done.
Yeah, like there's that saying that like the lie spreads can go around the world twice before the truth can even tie its shoelaces.
It's so true.
So they create these lies and these narratives. Like before I testified in front of the Senate, I was on my phone the night before and I look at it and it says, I read this thing and it says, Nick Shirley and Tyler Robinson are cousins. And I say, what? I was like, no, that's not true. And I'm from Utah, so I got a family tree and I post the family tree underneath it. But at that time, the post has already gotten millions upon millions of views, and my correction only gets a few 100,000 views. So meanwhile, you have a couple million people thinking that I'm Tyler Robinson's cousin, but they do that to try and make it so people don't think I'm credible or try to decredit me a little bit.
Being on the ground, we talked about this last time, just the threats that exist and the dangers that you're exposing yourself to. Recently, there was a man who was threatening to kill you. What's the latest there? Because my understanding is the Department of Homeland Security got involved. What's kind of the latest? And what did he say?
Yeah, so this man in Michigan, he had been threatening to kill ICE agents. And then along with that, he had also threatened to kill me as well. And he said, like, I deserve to go out the same way Charlie Kirk did. And that if I don't stop breathing, he'll do it for me. I actually had no idea about this. And then I see this report that comes out and I read through some of it and my name popped up. I thought, what the heck? So you have these deranged people who want to kill ICE agents. They want to kill anyone else who's actually doing good for America. And by that, they also want to kill me. And they arrested and charged this individual, the state of Michigan did. And from my knowledge now, he's actually been released already. They gave him a $10,000 bail, but he didn't have to post bail when he left. And the only promise he gave them was that he would come back to court. So this man's just roaming around.
Are you fearful for your life? Not to be like over, hyperbolic or to exaggerate it. Like, are there times when you're fearful for your life? I think especially based off recently, that person alluded to kirking you, which now the other side uses as like a verb to assassinate or murder someone who they just simply disagree with politically or otherwise. To kirk someone, it's got to make you fearful when you're on the ground. Now you've become so recognizable. Are you scared for your safety?
A little bit. I wouldn't lie if I didn't say I'm a little bit nervous, but also now when I go places, it's a lot harder for me to go and film. It's a lot harder for me to go and post. Like I can't post as much because how hard it is to go and get my content because I'm so recognizable. Like everywhere I go, people recognize me. For the past 6 months, I haven't gone to, whether it be a gas station or someone hasn't recognized me. And 99% of the time, it's super positive. But you have to think about it. If 1% of the population of America is radicalized, and not that they just don't like you, but they want to kill you, that's 3 million people.
Dang, that's a crazy stat when you put it that way.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, do you feel like, again, I hate to make it partisan because what you're fighting for and what you're exposing isn't partisan, but inevitably that's how it's.
Okay, we are almost there, you guys. I think we got under 10 minutes.
Become, at least in terms of elected representation and how it's portrayed on mainstream media outlets. Do you feel like the other side's rhetoric ultimately allows for those, let's say that 1%, 3 million radicalized people to feel justified in committing acts of violence, like literal violence?
Well, 100%. They're the ones who spew the lies and support the lies. I mean, Tim Walz called me far-right delusional conspiracy theorist. Gavin Newsom said that I was the fraud. He tried to make it look like I was a pedophile after I had exposed the fraud. I went to the State of the Union, and there was one time where everyone stood up, Democrats and Republicans, and that was when they condoned political violence. Only person who didn't stand up was Ilhan Omar and a few of her cronies.
Have you heard anything from her since the Minnesota expose? Like, at least online, I feel like she's been relatively quiet.
Yeah, well, she knows it's really bad. I actually went and delivered her an accounting book just the other day. I took it to her office, and it was Accounting for Dummies. I took it to her, and then I gave her a new Leering t-shirt for the summer.
That's like master level trolling. I love that so much. Okay, you have a couple more videos coming out soon. You have one coming out on communism, right?
Yes. The rise of communism is very much real, and they're using the Democrat Socialists of America to kind of go out and push this narrative. And if they say it's not communism, but everything they want to do is communism. And if it's not communism, it might be even worse. They want to get rid of prisons. They literally want to let prisoners roam free on the streets.
It sounds like it's a crazy, that would never happen here in America. But look at the man who threatened to kill you. Where is he right now?
Yeah.
He's roaming the streets. So I don't think it's as far off as we would like to believe for it to be. So that's crazy.
Yeah, like it's really bad. And what you're going to see from this video when I post it is these people I'm like talking about, like, hey, some of these ideas are very much communist. Like the fact that the government wants to have government ran grocery stores, or they want to be able to seize people's property away. That is exactly what happens inside a communist government. And then they also have these ideas, like the Democrat socialists, they have these ideas of like quite literally getting rid of prisons, and they want to get rid of the president, get rid of the Senate, and get rid of the Supreme Court. And they want to give power to many and they want to give power to everyone and have control from very few people. And these communist people, they have no idea when I mention these ideas that these are communist ideas. And then you go talk to a person with some sanity and they're like, oh, it's really bad.
Why do you think that is? And I ask you this because you're young, like you're recently out of the education sphere. Do you think that young people, our generation and even the next generation, do you think they're not being educated properly on what communism is, on countries that have tried this? Because, I'll speak to my own personal experience. We didn't learn, I don't think I ever actually had to take a world history course beyond like 5th grade. And world history in 5th grade is hardly in depth. So from my experience, I never really learned much of the harms and the threats of communism and how to identify it. So do you think there's, failure within the I think especially the public education sphere?
100%. I think that's a big part of it. And then also, like, you have to think inside of a communist country, like the news doesn't get out.
Yeah, that's
like
right.
No one really knows what's happening in Cuba. I went to Cuba to show people what's happening, and I got people to defend starving children and people who have no electricity. That's how crazy the left is, quite frankly. They'll literally defend people who are suffering and dying, who haven't even had an egg in a year because their ration book hasn't provided them with that in that amount of time. And so I definitely think it's a big flaw inside the government. But then we also have to be honest, like it's really hard right now inside of America to fulfill the American dream. Like our generation, kids our age, don't have the same opportunity our parents did. And so they're kind of like feeling like, maybe the idea of getting stuff for free does sound good because I can't afford it on my own. And a lot of people have become hopeless in the way where they're hearing these messages like, oh, this is going to be free, this will be free, this will be free. We're going to go after the rich, we're going to redistribute the wealth, and you're going to have money. But that's not how it works.
I think through it all, whether it's exposing voter fraud, the quality leering centers, the adult daycare centers, everything that you've seen, I would imagine it's hard not to become cynical and to feel betrayed and lied to and manipulated by the people whose, first and foremost job is to protect you and protect your interests, being our government. How do you, well, I guess first and foremost, I should ask you, do you feel optimistic about the future? And if you do, how do you not allow yourself to let all of the negativity and, again, the fraud kind of weigh you down?
Yeah, I do feel actually optimistic about the future because I do feel like my video, if it did anything, it encouraged people and showed people that you can actually make a difference. I don't think any video in the history of America, well, actually there hasn't been, that had made so much impact inside the country. Just from that video, over 30 bills have been presented in front of Congress and some have been passed about cutting down on fraud. And you actually are seeing the administration care about it. But more than anything, I'm seeing like actual people care about it. Like everywhere I go, I get support from people because they're so sick of, especially in California, in Minnesota, where they've been lied to, they've been defrauded themselves, they've had to pay extreme amount of taxes, and now they're finally seeing someone make a difference, and they're excited about that.
Do you think we'll see real accountability?
Yeah, we're seeing it right now. Like a lot of these people are being arrested. Like each and every single week, the FBI and these other departments are arresting these individuals and charging them. In Minnesota, like every single day, there's a new Somali pleading guilty for fraud.
I just saw on the news a Somali woman who, she pocketed like $4 million some dollars. And I just saw where she was ultimately charged, arrested. Who knows if she'll stay in jail, but it is. And I think that's a testament to the power of one person. Like you said, there's been tons of support and people helping you, but you're 24 now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 24-year-old dude who has a camera and is just willing, right? You're willing to do what so many people, again, those who get paid glamorous salaries, you're doing the jobs of them on behalf of the American people. And it shows the power that one person really can have the difference that one person can really make. Last thing for you, what would be your message to other American citizens who recognize fraud as a problem, who want to be involved in helping to combat it? How can we help support you first and foremost? I see you have new merch on, by the way,
Yes.
for America's 250. So tell us, number one, where we can get that, but what some actionable items that we can do to help you in your efforts.
Great question. So first, Anti-Fraud Club is where I put all my stuff. So if you want to check it out, it's just antifraudclub.com.
You can match Ilhan Omar.
You can match Ilhan Omar at antifraudclub.com.
Who doesn't want to do that?
And then what Americans can do is I think people are starting to realize like America doesn't need more complainers. They don't need more content creators. They need more difference makers. And so I guarantee each and every single day, every American drives past a location that's committing fraud from tax dollars. And so people just need to be looking out for these locations. Especially when a lot of this fraud is committed by people who receive money from Medicaid, Medicare. So like a lot of daycares are popping up. People are like, oh, I just saw this daycare. I've never seen a kid at it, but I've seen some nice cars. That's probably fraud right there. Or all these like random little clinics. Like who would know that like they drive past these pharmacies? And if there's 3 pharmacies and within one block, one of those is committing fraud because there's actually no reason for that. So if things start looking weird, something definitely weird is happening.
I want you to go after mattress stores.
Ooh.
And car washes.
Well, those are like cartels. Like that's scary.
Oh.
Like those are like, that's not government dollars. So like I've heard about a lot of this fraud that takes place in some of these little other locations. And these are ran by like mafias and they're ran by cartels, like the mattress stores, for instance. Like, there's not a reason for there's not a lot of people actually buying mattresses.
And it feels like in every little strip mall or every little, corner, like whatever there's like a Mattress King or Sleep Quality or some sort of mattress store.
Yeah, and they'll pop up for like a few months and they'll leave and they'll go to the next location. So like that fraud is it's a lot harder to prove and it's a lot more dangerous to expose because it's usually involved with cartels and mafias.
Scary. Thank you guys for watching the Riley Gaines Show. You can subscribe.
All right, you guys. I'm glad I found that video. I just came across it this morning. So we are going to do some short clips for a bit, and finish the show with Captain Kyle and Robert. So I'm going to try to get a bunch of short clips in. I got a cat lady, a short one, 3 minutes. So we got one more big video to get in.
It because that's who I am. Sophie Cunningham has always had Caitlin Clark's back on the basketball court. The one thing I've never understood about Caitlin Clark is she just keeps on taking it and taking it and taking it. And once a bully starts doing that to you, the other bullies start doing it because they see that you don't fight back. So what's to stop them? The only thing that stops a bully is you stopping the bully. So with that said, Sophie Cunningham has always had Caitlin's back each and every time. That girl comes on there, tries to get a little bit of revenge or whatever you want to call it. She takes up for her friend, always got her back. So Sophie comes out and she says that she's for common sense. We don't want basically men and women's sports. It is common sense, okay? And now she's being called a MAGA. They're talking about boycotting her games, canceling her, doing all this stuff. Because, God forbid you have an opinion different from the psychotic left. So Caitlin Clark gets asked about this at that little press conference. I don't know if you saw it. Well, instead of saying, yes, we don't need men. It's bad enough I'm getting my ass kicked by these damn 8-foot tall bullies on the basketball court. I sure as hell don't need a man on there doing it. No, you know what she says? We'll let the league figure it out. I lost all respect for her. And I know everybody's going to have different opinions. I understand that this is my opinion. That girl's had your back this whole time. Each and every time that girl has helped you. And when she needed you to have her back, when you could have literally took 2 seconds and went, yeah, I believe the way Sophia does. That's all I'm going to say. You couldn't do that. You couldn't do that. You left her high and dry. That's how I feel about it, guys. And you know what? Unless more people start speaking out, the more that speak out, the less all this bullshit will happen. Because if there's more of us speaking out about it, the less the bullying will happen. But when you've only got one girl or two girls standing up saying this out of a whole fucking team, then it's cancel away, hurt her on the court, make her suffer, make her pay. This is the world we live in. We have got to come together. We got to do better, guys. I'm not sure how you guys are.
That was an important statement there. That was a good one. And now we'll get this one in for 3 minutes. I might have played this. I can't remember.
And our top story here at 10 o'clock tonight, this is a video that you saw first on Fox Carolina News. A tanker truck explodes in a Denny's parking lot, sending hazardous material flying. An explosion, all caught on camera.
It is the video that launched 1,000 Facebook comments tonight. You cannot miss it. Fox Carolina's Ashley Listrom is in Spartanburg for us with what we know and where things stand tonight with the cleanup effort.
Denny's has reopened after that explosion in their parking lot, but you can still see the truck where the explosion happened, and you can still see where those chemicals overflowed. A thick layer in their lot as those cleanup efforts are all underway, all remnants of that chaotic afternoon.
Sorry, I'm gonna need you to move up.
A tanker explosion igniting a hectic hazmat situation in Spartanburg County. The truck carrying 2,300 gallons of diphenylmethane, a type of spray foam insulation.
It was just this strange material sort of splurting out of the top.
It started shooting out. It was kind of like sludge, but with chunks.
And plenty of people nearby to see it.
And it wasn't stopping. So we saw it was overflowing out of the truck and it had a puddle on the ground. And it was kind of like a fountain. It was just kind of coming up from the top.
Denny's says the driver was experiencing issues and pulled into their parking lot. The truck company, Patriot Environmental Services, explained they were returning from a field service job when a chemical they picked up reacted with water, causing it to expand. The Spartanburg County Hazardous Materials team responded along with a dozen other agencies, and we watched as those hazmat crews in full gear worked to identify the material and contain the spill.
I was just worried about everyone in this area. I was hoping it's, not something too hazardous and that, no one was harmed.
Denny says this hazmat response is not related to their restaurant or operations, as the restaurant is reopened after being closed. But cleanup here behind me continues. Reporting in Spartanburg, Ashley Listrom, Fox Carolina News.
All right, Ashley, thank you. To help provide some more context here, we looked more into that chemical involved.
Yeah, we learned that it is used to make spray foam insulation. The key thing to know is that the truck company says this actually turned out to be a highly reactive chemical when it comes into contact with water. And that is what caused this to expand and ultimately to blow. Contractors who handle this chemical usually wear masks and gloves. Direct contact with the skin or eyes can cause irritation. Also, vapors were in the air today. We do note 4 employees were decontaminated at the scene because of the spray. Ultimately, though, and fortunately, officials say no one was injured.
Okay, that was an important one there. I got another clip from Kamala. It's only a minute. This is the one that I was saying something, I think, Kay about, or Lucy. This is so stupid.
So then
this president. Hey, everybody. So they're trying to mess with your ability to vote, just to break it all down. You've got the Supreme Court. They just sealed the deal with this case that just came up recently, the Calais decision, which basically took the power out of the Voting Rights Act, which was designed to protect your right to vote. So you got the Supreme Court doing its thing. Then this president is trying to push this SAVE Act, which basically would require that for people to register to vote, you're going to have proof of who you
have
are
to have proof
through a passport, which a lot of Americans don't have, or a birth certificate. Same point, obstacles to make it difficult for you to register to vote. And then you got the states. 19 states have already passed laws to make it more difficult to vote. And the ones that haven't passed a law are doing it in practice in many places around our country. Why? Because they're scared of you. They are scared of your power, the power you have, the power of your voice.
I don't know,
for your
Maria.
vote. So the work we have to do right now, let's make sure everybody, one, check your voter registration status, because you know they've been purging the rolls. Make sure you register to vote. Even if you thought you are, just make sure. Next, let's make sure that everybody we know is registered to vote if they've not registered before. And then let's encourage everyone, vote early where they can, vote by mail where they can, and vote. It's going to make a difference. 19 states have already passed laws to make.
Oh. Okay. I got a 10-minute one with Wendy from News Sports on our TikTok lady. Then I'm going to do the short ones, and then we'll get to the last one.
Many of things, and definitely is helping our
telling you.
movement as we push towards freedom to steal back what the cabal stole from us. And one of the things we're in trouble with is our food. Okay. And so, yes, you're seeing a lot of recalls.
Yeah, I know.
But folks, remember, recalls were always there. They just hit them. You're just seeing the recalls. But I'm going to take it a step further with you. Everybody has noticed there's only just a couple of choices on the shelf right now for some things. Okay. Remember, like things like Nestle and all of those folks, they were all deep state, all of them, all of our manufacturing companies, the beef, everything. They were deep state. So we are busy cleaning the food out. We actually have been cleaning the food out, from what I understand, for close to 6 years now. Okay. And so this is a push to get our food clean, get rid of the garbage that's in it, and also a push to get people to go home and start making things from scratch again. Okay. Our factories, I don't think there'll be as big of factories as there is now. I think that things are going to come to a smaller, more localized type of situation now. You know, remember like during Little House on the Prairie, where they would all go to the mercantile, okay, to get their stuff. But what was going on there is they were buying, selling, and trading each other's stuff. All right. And that stayed local like that. I think we're going to see more of a smaller store. So if anybody is interested in opening a grocery store with their humanitarian projects, with their money that they get back, this would be a really good thing to do. Definitely catch this video, but try and keep in mind the 5D. As you think about it, think 5D. We're cleaning the foods out. We're also giving us a chance as humans again to begin to localize again, the community come together and start providing stuff for each other again. So pick out what your favorite thing is. Like my stepdad had a pipe dream. He worked for IBM and he was a big beamer. Okay. He was high up there. And his dream, his pipe dream was always to come back home to Minnesota near Austin. And he wanted to open up his own local butcher shop. He thought meat was important and what it looked like and what it tasted like. He really, that was important to him, like that. So if you've ever had a dream of maybe opening up a grocery store or a butcher shop or something like that, now would be the time to start putting it down on paper, because folks, the slavery is going. It's going fast. You see that we are getting back to not it's happening. That's one thing we do need to get away from, is saying, oh, wow, something's happening for the first time. No, it happened. They stole it from us, and we're taking it back. And a lot of these factories will not be built on slavery anymore, because why? Humans are the purity of the earth. We are here to enjoy it, okay? We're going to let the AI robots do it. Everybody's going to start getting their money when they're born. That's rightfully theirs for just being a human coming into this world. And we're going to get back to good. And you can see it's happening. There are two ways to look at everything right now that's changing at an extremely rapid pace. You can look at it in a 3D, or you can look at it in a 5D. And unfortunately, the sheeple are way behind the 8 ball and are stuck in fear and are going to look at this like, oh my God, what's going on? We're cleaning the food out. It's simple. We're giving us the opportunity to bring forth what used to be real, true, good food, wholesome food. So definitely put your thinking caps on. I want you to dig into your souls, and I want you to find what you love the most and start putting it down on paper, folks, because our time is here to enjoy and give to each other, and it be all about community and all about health, and not talking about being sick anymore. The word sick is going to go bye-bye again. Okay, they made us sick, okay, and we made ourselves sick by being dumbed down and not knowing what they were doing to us. But we have a huge opportunity right now to know the truth and move in on it and be a part of this war to peace. Let's bring it to peace one last time, and that we're doing. Guys, have yourselves a fantastic Sunday. Wendy from News Force, over and out.
Okay, that was a good one from her. All right, now I'm going to do a bunch of clips, and then we'll get the last big one of the night. See where I got my small videos here. First one. She's been getting out a lot of clips out.
King is now anti-Semitic. Just listen.
It is being used online in a way that is meant to say, screw you, Jew. It is being used in a context very directly to say, I hate Jews, and that's almost an online code word. Christ is king is, I hate the Jews. Is that your view, or why do you say that? Because you see the people who are saying it, and they're saying it in that context. They're saying Jews are horrible, like they're attacking Jews, and they end with Christ is king, to make it sound like somehow there's a biblical basis for attacking Jews. Look, Jesus was a Jew. And by the way, the twisted theology that says Jews are Christ killers, and that's been used to justify anti-Semitism, to justify persecution and murder. Look, as I read the Gospels, Jesus went to the cross willingly. He made the choice to go to the cross.
Now, Jesus did choose to willingly go to the cross. And yes, he did do it for me and you and everyone else because we are sinners. But anyone who reads their Bibles know the Jews had a part in it as well. John chapter 18, verse 33 through 36. Pilate went back into the palace and called for Jesus. He said, are you the king of the Jews? Jesus answered, are you saying this on your own, or did others tell you this about me? Pilate said, do I look like a Jew? Your people and your high priest turn you over to me. What did you do? So Jesus literally said that his people, the Jews, turned him in. John chapter 19, starting with verse 6. When the high priest and police saw him, they shouted in a frenzy, crucify, crucify. Pilate told them, you take him, you crucify him. I find nothing wrong with him. The Jews answered, we have a law, and by that law he must die, because he claimed to be the Son of God. Starting with verse 11 in chapter 19. Jesus said, you haven't a shred of authority over me, except what has been given you from heaven. That's why the one who betrayed me to you has committed a far greater fault. At this time, Pilate tried his best to pardon him, but the Jews shouted him down. If you pardon this man, you're no friend of Caesar's. Anyone setting himself up as king defies Caesar. When Pilate heard those words, he led Jesus outside. He sat down at the judgment seat in the area designated Stone Court. It was the preparation day for Passover. The hour was noon. Pilate said to the Jews, here's your king. Now, I'm not sure what church Ted Cruz goes to and how he's not read these verses, but it's very clear. And praise God that Jesus did die on the cross, because of his sacrifice, we were able to be grafted in. We are not to boast about it. Romans chapter 11, verse 18, do not consider yourself to be superior to those other branches. If you do, consider this, you do not support the root, but the root supports you. Chapter 11, Paul is using a metaphor for an olive tree, and he explains that Gentiles are wild branches, grafted in by grace, supported by the Jewish root in faith. And it says that some natural branches were broken off, which were the unbelieving Jews, which allowed the Gentiles inclusion. But this is not the cause for superiority, because we are no better than them. We are all sinners in need of a Savior, and Jesus is King.
Okay, that's the first one.
The most secure election in American history? Yeah, that line aged pretty much as well as room temperature milk. We already knew Iran snatched 100,000 voter files. We knew China scooped up 220 million of them, basically half the country's population. And now, breaking today, we can add a random hacker operating out of Arizona to this growing list of election security. Freshly declassified documents just hit the public square, and what went down in Maricopa County will make your jaw hit the floor. It's also a major wake-up call ahead of the midterms. More on how this impacts the polls in November in just a bit. But first, let's take a look at these new figures from the Election Crime Bureau. An official state study in Arizona could not even verify 58% of voters as actual living human beings. On top of that, canvassers uncovered up to 173,000 missing ballots and over 96,000 ghost votes in Maricopa County alone. Let's be honest, I bet not a single one of those ghosts was voting for Donald Trump. The paperwork situation is even wilder. Arizona is missing its required chain of custody documentation. Nearly 23,000 ballots were also printed from completely unidentified sources. And the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center deleted all of their election files. Why would they feel the need to do that? And if you think that was isolated to the desert, just look at what went down over in Georgia. In Fulton County, Dropbox surveillance footage magically vanished into thin air, including at State Farm Arena, where we all saw those infamous suitcases being rolled out from under tables in the dead of the night. Election officials literally swapped out 35 tabulator memory cards right in the middle of a live election. Nearly 80,000 ballot images are missing from the official recount. Thousands of ballots have zero proof of where they came from, and almost 4,000 ballots were scanned twice. In any normal business, if your accountants brought you books that look like this, you would not give them a promotion. You would call federal marshals before lunch. That's just the Cliff Notes version, by the way, of these findings, and there are plenty more receipts coming out of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Colorado. Which brings us to today. Right before the 2020 election, a self-described hacker broke into Arizona's biggest county database and snatched 633,000 voter files. We're talking about non-public, highly sensitive records belonging to judges, law enforcement officers, and domestic violence victims. So what happened? Well, the FBI tracked the guy straight to a house in Fountain Hills. Agents rolled up, executed a search warrant, hauled out computers, hard drives, and USB sticks, the usual. The guy actually cracked wide open and confessed on the spot. He told them step by step how he built a script, exploited a giant hole on the county's website, and scraped the data. Case closed, right? Off to prison. No, not so fast. Because when the FBI handed this slam dunk confession over to prosecutors, the Biden Justice Department, the local U.S. attorney, and state prosecutors, you know what they did? They walked away. Yeah, that's right. They declined to bring a single charge. Take a look at the FBI's official case closure form right there on your screen. The Biden DOJ took a look at the guy who stole over 600,000 voter files right before a presidential election, heard his full confession, and basically said, nah, I think we're good. Well, FBI Director Kash Patel sent a letter confirming the Bureau burned significant resources on this, only for prosecutors to sweep the whole thing under the rug and close the file in 2023. And remember what Maricopa County told you at that time? They claimed the guy only got basic voter numbers and never touched real files. Wrong. The FBI's own declassified logs proved the county was spinning tails while intelligence agencies were flagging this exact breach as the top cybersecurity threat in the country on election day. If a regular citizen forgets to pay a parking ticket, the government will track them down to the end of the earth. But breach a core election database days before a presidential vote and confess, remember when Democrats...
Okay, another good one from her.
huge one right here, and it's from 1876. I've also got one from the 1700s, but it doesn't have as much information as this one. And I haven't really looked at this one that much because it's so old and I'm so afraid I'm going to break it. But today I decided to look through it. It's got some pretty interesting things in it. It goes through the genealogies, the dates. It even has a table showing how the earth was repeopled by the descendants of Noah. I really enjoyed looking at this chart though, because it goes through the genealogy and then how old everyone was when each person was born. I mean, this chart is very thorough. And this part was really interesting because it was the instances of prophecy compared with history. So it shows different times in history that was paired with prophecy that was fulfilled with it. There's also another chart of the history of Israel. And it states up here that the creation of the earth was year 4004 BC. And it also says that the birth of Christ was in 5 BC. And it says probably December the 25th because they did not know. It also goes through the chronological order of Jesus's life, which is really cool because it talks about the Feast of Trumpets and all the feasts that he went through. Also, it talks about the remarkable mountains and hills. And it talks about the descriptions that are in the Bible that matches these mountains and hills, proving that Israel is where it's supposed to be at. I thought this was really cool too. It gives the missionary travels and events in the life of Paul. This Bible has so many illustrations. Now I want to go back to the chronological order of Jesus's life. It says that the crucifixion was April the 3rd, 33 AD, and his resurrection was on April the 5th of 33 AD. Anyways, I thought this was interesting, and if any of y'all want the pictures of the charts that I have, I will gladly email them to you.
This one's a good one, I think. August 12th, you guys.
Solar eclipse on August the 12th. And this is turning into be one of the most mind-blowing celestial events to ever happen. And I'm going to tell you why. This is not just a normal eclipse, because it's aligning with so many other celestial events that it's almost mathematically impossible. The path of totality for this solar eclipse is going to be in Iceland and in Spain. And we also know how the elite love these kind of events. So I doubt they're going to let this opportunity to do something pass them by. So total solar eclipses happen every 18 months somewhere on the Earth. And for the moon shadow to hit one local spot happens only every 400 years. This is the first total solar eclipse since 1909 for Spain. Now, when you combine all the celestial events that are about to take place, this would only happen every 140,000 years, probably, over Europe, that is. The final day of the Lionsgate portal in spiritual and astrological traditions, the Lionsgate window closes every year on August the 12th. Having a total solar eclipse, which requires a new moon perfectly aligning with the sun, land precisely on the final day of this Leo window, is incredibly rare. And as the sky plunges into daytime darkness, the sun's blinding light will vanish, instantly revealing Regulus, the radiant heart of the Lion Star, shining brightly directly next to the blacked out sun. At the same time, the peak of the Perseid meteor shower is the ultimate cosmic bonus. August the 12th is the absolute peak night of the Perseids, one of the most brilliant meteor showers of the year. Because the solar eclipse can only happen during a new moon, the night sky will be 100% dark, completely free of moonlight. Once twilight fades after the eclipse, people will get flawless, pitch black skies to watch up to 100 shooting stars per hour. Rare twilight sunset eclipse in Spain, totality will hit exceptionally low on the western horizon right before sunset. Instead of happening high in the midday sky, the blacked out sun and its glowing white corona will melt directly into the horizon. We are living through a literal blip in cosmic history. We will.
Okay, we got 3 more short ones, and then we'll get to the last video with Captain Kyle and Robert. Hour and a half will be the last big one in my video of the day. Okay. Dang it. See where I'm at now. I gotta find out where I'm at here. Hold on. Shoot. Okay, I think I got where I'm at. Hold on. No. Hang on, I'll go here. Well, let's go ahead and get you the. We'll say the short one for tomorrow. We'll get the last video of the day. Be the big one here. This is gonna be an hour 28. Last one.
We come to this place for MAGA to fight, 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 and win, win, win. Because we need that, all of us. The indescribable feeling we get when we hear the national anthem. And stand together, stronger than ever before. Under this administration, we're going somewhere we've never been. We aren't just watching history, we're making it. Rebuilding our country better than ever. A country where we don't do heartbreak, we do victory. An America that is safer, more secure, more prosperous. And any setbacks that stand in our way simply makes the comeback that much sweeter. Welcome to the Golden Age.
Oh, my bad. There we go. Well, hello everyone. Cam Kyle here, and welcome to the end game. And we have Robert Kraft in the house, and we have Kelly in the house, and we are going to get this party started. Sorry it was a little bit late, but messing with our services. That's what's happening. I was traveling all around trying to find a spot, and I'm in a weird spot, but I am in a spot. Let's see how it works. They've been attacking me all day long, and we're going to do what we can. So before we get started, we're going to pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Lord, I just ask that you continually show your love and your patience towards everyone. Father, we just thank you for those things that are seen and unseen in our lives, that you are continually going before us. And Lord, make that crooked road straight for us all. Father, we just ask that you continually watch out for our leaders, our military, and those that are performing your will on this planet as we speak. Father, we just ask that you continually pour out your discernment so that people can navigate through this world of misinformation and misguided direction. Father, we thank you for it. We thank you that you're always there for us. Even if we don't hear you, you're always there. You're always leading us. You're always guiding. And we just ask that you continually show us the doors so that we can walk through them with you each and every day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right. So, how you been, Robert? What's going on, buddy?
Oh, man, I've been busy. I don't know if you've been keeping up. I've been trying to keep Kelly up. So we have put together we have figured out the key to the kingdom. I hate to say it that way, but that's the way I'm going to say it. So what happened was, and just so you know, we got our official package from the Organization of American States. I've been working through it. It's a where is it? I think I got it right here. It's a stack. It's about that thick. And as I'm going through it, come to find out, to petition the Organization of American States, you have to exhaust, because it's more like an appellate court, right? It's not a trial court. So you have to exhaust the domestic courts. It's a very interesting word, domestic. It doesn't say civil, it says domestic, right?
Right.
Well, then I started doing research. I'm like, well, what are domestic courts? Like, what are we talking about? What kind of courts? So I had to start digging, trying to isolate the domestic courts down. And come to find out, what we found out was what are supposed to be domestic law courts and equity courts are actually the family law court, the criminal court, the probate court, and the small claims court are actually supposed to be domestic courts. They are not supposed to be civil courts. Okay? So this got really interesting, because then we're like, well, wait a minute. We have to get what OAS requires, a judgment of last resort. Well, these courts don't give judgments of last resort. Okay?
Right.
So as we're going through this, we realize, wait a minute, there's a problem with the executive branch of government. At the county level, there's no executive branch of government. What they did, or at least in Florida, what they did is that they took half of the executive branch. When they say Trump administration, they took the administrative side. And what happens is the county commissioners, or in Texas, the railroad commissioners, meet in a private hearing a few days before they have the public hearing. That is the executive hearing. That is the executive board hearing. That is actually the executive branch of government for the administration. And what we found out was the judiciary, under the chief judge and the Bar Association, had appointed the sheriff as commander-in-chief and executive of the court. So what they actually did is they took Article 2, they divided it in half, they gave half of it to the builders.
How's it going?
And the commissioners for profit,
Everything good?
and then they gave the other half
It's just the last video.
to the sheriff,
hour and a half.
who's a judicial sheriff under the American Bar Association, and then they basically created this non-existent executive entity called the American Bar Association that's operating in silent as ruling the divided executive branch. And that's where the domestic courts are supposed to be. So coming to find this out and figuring out, and because as a petitioning member of the Organization of American States, we have the ability to petition that court, the United States has to provide us a means to facilitate that under Article 2, under executive order. So we petitioned, notifying them that we've already found an American veteran. She was in the Air Force. She was in the Air Force. She's on boards and stuff in the community, so she's politically active in the community. And basically, so we've already identified who we're going to appoint as the chief executive of administration and commander-in-chief for the county. Now that we know where the Constitution is actually being broken. where the violation actually is, and that's where the violation is. And we've set up this thing to have this done here in Charlotte County, Florida, and we have opened up a public offering for anybody that lives in another county that if they want their representatives to send delegates to this event for the same reason, to get their executive branch and commander-in-chief branch back, that they're welcome to file a notice, a public offering notice to their executive in their county or their municipality, notifying them that they want them to attend this event to restructure the political powers of the separation of powers. Now that we know how they're actually violating the Constitution, because while we're not all geniuses in the Constitution, if there's anything they did teach us, they taught us that Article 1, 2, and 3 is a separation of powers. And everybody can understand that.
So how would other people get, how would other individuals facilitate that?
So it's on my Telegram. There's I'll send it to you. There's a document that has basically the attachments, and it also has a sponsorship form. Basically, what they would do is they would write their name, they would write what community they're instructing to be sponsored, and then they go down and sign it and have it notarized, and then they deliver it physically to the office of the executive where they live, and they deliver it to the office of the executive clerk, and they get a digital copy of it. Then there's a list of emails on it that they send it to, who is the receiving county for where those delegates would be going.
Okay, well, that's a mouthful.
Well, I tried to make it as easy as possible, but inherently it has to go to the office of the executive where you are, and it has to go to the office of the executive's clerk where you are. Because that's the branch that we're discussing.
Right. And so I'm just trying to wrap my head around. There's so many different things that are happening right now.
Right.
With the federal government, with the states, with everything, and with the military, and what's being done behind the scenes, so to speak, and that what is being about to be presented, so that the martial law actually be implemented across the country.
Right. Right. And that's when this is giving them the just cause of activating that event. We have identified that there is a breach in trust, and an entire branch, the actual executing operational branch of the United States at the local level has been usurped.
Which
and
actually,
here it is.
That goes all the way up to the highest branches, though. It's that maybe
that's right, because it goes back to
maybe it's starting here at the lower level, but it goes all the way to the top. And
correct.
How they basically took the republic and corporatized the entire system after, the early, late 1800s, early 1900s. They basically just gutted the entire system and brought in their new way of everything. And Kelly and I was talking about this earlier today. It's funny that this is where we're at right now, is that there's means that's about to show the public why the military has to step into place in all of these different areas across the entirety of the country so that they can do the things in which they must do, because people don't know. I'm talking about the average person has no idea that these things have been going on in the background and that this is where they're at. They still think that they live in a free country and that basically that's been the illusion of freedom that they have been giving, but that's all it is just an illusion of it. They've never been.
Well, yeah, exactly.
And the courts have never been able to facilitate any of those things because they're no longer actually operating. Just like we talked to this about the last time, is that they're dormant. There's something that's there, but it's not there. And so with that, you always ask yourself, and this is everybody that's, the old saying is that why does the bad guy always win? Why does the companies always win? Why is it always the little guy that gets shit on, and so on and so forth? Because you're up against a system that was designed for them and not you.
Well, that's exactly correct. And we use proper words, and we try to use as precise a words as possible. Knowing, getting this capacity with the Organization of American States and learning more about what they do and where they operate, which is Article 2, that becomes more relevant because it's more than just, the court's dormant. What we didn't realize was what the proper name of the court was that was dormant. And now we've identified the name. It is called a domestic court, okay, which actually falls in line with the path that we've taken, where we're aligning with the Department of Interior, we're inside the United States of America, we're inside the United States, right? All these things that we've aligned to and we've moved towards, come to find out that was correct, because those were the jurisdictions that were not active, and those were the jurisdictions that were dormant. And now those jurisdictions are opening up, which is how all these changes are happening. So we didn't understand the terminology, right? Because we're bad, our language is bad, right? Because our education's bad. And that's something that needs to be fixed. But the word that's going to be very, very important is the word domestic. We talk about domestic air travel, domestic defense. We're talking about inside the United States of America. And those operational systems and those judiciaries, those trial systems that need to be at a local level to get those facts in law declared.
So with, everything that's been going on, it shows more and more, just like, some of the things that we've been showing, that, when Trump came back into office publicly, just say that, he didn't swear in, didn't put his hand on the Bible. He can't serve two masters. He was already operating as the commander-in-chief of the military, which military was already in control. There's a thing that Kelly and individuals put out today showing back in 2020, saying when
I thought you were here.
Basically Trump left office. And it's now showing me more of that. The time in which Trump was actually in office in the first term was the executor of the corporation, and that they're going through bankruptcy.
Okay, He has a
and that
dog.
he was there for the receivership. That was the word I was looking for earlier, Kelly. For that term in which once it was basically completed, there's been no actual president because the corporation did not exist, but also the republic itself was not operational at that point either. And so
I would agree with everything you just said. I think you're absolutely correct.
And so it makes it to where now we've been under military control. He's been the commander in chief and not the executor of the office, because the office does not exist in that capacity. And
yeah,
for where we're at today,
at least domestically, it didn't. Foreign affairs, it did,
yes,
but domestically,
yes,
it did not.
Right, and that's basically how he is received on the international stage as well,
right,
as that individual. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Not just the commander.
I would agree with that,
but actually as the king of this kingdom.
Right.
And so there's where the terminology comes into play. That how is that possible if that hasn't been established yet, which I believe it has. We just don't know about it yet.
Yeah, well, I think that the operation is developing, and I think that they're moving the pieces. When we have to always keep into our mind, this did not happen overnight, and it didn't just happen. Okay, we are at least 70 years into this from really the final closing out of the system. We are probably close to 120 years from significant transfers in authority and power, and we are most likely 150 years from the crux of the true turning of the event. So, this thing happened in phases and stages throughout time, and it is going. Even if you were to open the four domestic law jurisdictions, even if at a national level, right? At a national level, that's in the Department of Interior. We don't have a national court. So think about that. Like, we're talking about national. If that system's going to operate, you need a national court, right? You say national security and stuff like that. We just got a national exchange. We
So
just got a national exchange.
So let me ask you, with the appointment that Trump has been doing with actual federal judges, would that be something that would fall under that purview if it was actually something other than what was being presented?
It could be, because the national system operates privately. It's not for the public. So while you're being told, and I had made a comment about this, someone had asked me, like, what will it look like? And I said, and I had made a TikTok where I said, listen, if they're conducting domestic operations, it could be the military, but they could be in Homeland Security uniforms. They could be in FBI uniforms. They could be in local police uniforms. They could be in the sheriff uniforms. You don't know when they're conducting operations. You don't know what they're going to look like, okay? Because it's a national security matter, and they have to blend where they are. Are they going to do that completely? I don't know if they're going to do that completely. But if they're conducting their operations, leave. Get out of their way. Get away from them. Leave them alone. You don't know what's going on. Whatever the propaganda is on the news, just get away from them. They're conducting an operation. Okay? And you do not want to be deemed a threat.
Yeah, and I think that what's happened even with that is that over time, we have come to find out that there are a lot more of these operations that have actually been going on behind the scenes across the entirety of, golly, there's so much. And then all of a sudden you find out that they've been running this operation for the last year and a half or 2 years or whatever. And it's just now coming out into the public space, so to speak, that this has been happening. And how many more of those are actually going on? Way more than we could possibly even fathom, I believe, and across all the states across the country and jurisdictions around the world as well. Because
it's a global event.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's not just here. It's a global event.
And so it's like, yes, and the things that are being established, it's like, even with Trump basically doing what he did with NATO and basically that whole organization and the countries that were a part of it were also, several of them were a part of the treason and the usurping, basically a military operation against our country to interfere with our elections and so on and so forth. Those are all acts of crime, acts of war against our country, as being a part of NATO even. And that you don't tear something down until you've established something that is going to replace it, which when he started attacking NATO publicly and basically the things that were coming out against NATO, then what did he do? He established the Board of Peace. The Board of Peace basically is going to replace
Got an hour left, you guys.
that
1 hour left.
organization, so to speak,
We'll
for
get 7 o'clock.
just that, to facilitate peace. And NATO was never about peace. Never was.
NATO was a financial conglomerate to profit from war.
Yes.
That was basically what NATO was for. It was a Atlantic financial profiteering system. Most people don't know, and I've said this before, most people don't know that Hurricane Katrina was a NATO operation inside the United States of America. Most people don't know that the actors, the people that are high up in Hollywood, the artists, all their, like when they fly private and they pass through and they go through these private doors at airports and they don't go through customs and all their stuff. All those credentials for all that stuff are NATO credentials. That's where they were getting their credentials from, to be able to move in and out of airports and everything else without anyone checking them or anything else. So that's where they were getting that from, was NATO. And you can go to NATO's website and you can look up all the different types of diplomatic credentials. And it says artists, singers, actors, like financial people, like whatever. So you can go to NATO's website and you can look up, and it literally lists Hurricane Katrina as a NATO operation. So most people don't understand that that's where a lot of that was the gateway for a lot of this stuff that was happening, was coming through NATO.
And that was the trial run on using the actual National Guard to actually disarm the public.
Yep.
And they went door to door doing just that.
Well, because they had already disperse the identity of the people.
Yeah, but I
So there
mean,
were
as
no
far as
people
the National Guard itself, though, the individuals that were doing it, listening to them after the fact, the things that they were being challenged with internally as a person, that they're actually, basically going into a person's house, kicking in their door when they're actually in that situation to disarm them. And that was something that a lot of those guys, not necessarily some of the ones that were a part of it, but I mean, a lot of those individuals had real difficulties with what they were actually doing. And that was where you don't know how they're going to operate whenever you're on, domestic soil against the domestic population, and how they're going to feel when they get orders to basically do those kinds of things against, their fellow brother and sister of America, so to speak, right? And that was difficult for them, a lot of them. Didn't mean that it didn't still happen. It did. But if that didn't happen, that makes it more understandable how they, push these situations further and further to what would become next.
Well, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. I think what's interesting as we've gotten this far is, they were instigating a kinetic rebellion.
Yes.
They were trying to incite it. They were trying to instigate it. They were trying to get a kinetic rebellion so that they could validate federal takeover in military force.
So
now what they...
So that Jade Helm was basically an operation specifically for the military to take over the Southwest states, and that those operations were actually being done by special forces and by special units that were considering specific regions as friendly, unfriendly to the government taking over and suspending the Constitution.
Right. And this is the key, though. They wanted to push it to the point that the federal government would take control under Congress, and Congress would get the full public enforcement by the military while they were under Congress, under Congress's purse strings. Okay? Where now, because of a non-kinetic set of events, we are moving to a national domestic military force back under Article 2, where it's supposed to be. Okay? Congress and the federal government have been cut out of it. Okay? Nobody cares what Congress says anymore. And it's the complete reversal of power and authority, which is their biggest fear, which was always their biggest fear. Their biggest fear was that they would lose control, they would lose power, they would lose authority, and now they've been basically declared foreign because there's a domestic, and they don't even exist in that space. They have no say.
Well, the whole reason that the military, habeas corpus was put into place was to protect themselves from the military.
Of course.
Nothing else.
Yes. That's exactly what it was for. So that they could commit whatever crimes, whatever fraud, whatever waste, whatever abuse, whatever incitements of violence, whatever they wanted. And then they had the control to either allow or not allow military forces. They can say, oh, we're suspending habeas corpus, or not habeas corpus. Is it habeas corpus? I'm thinking of what's the one where the military's not allowed to operate on U.S. soil? Posse comitatus.
Yeah.
Posse comitatus.
My bad. I was saying the wrong thing. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we were on the same page.
Yes.
Posse comitatus.
Yes.
So they can say, oh, we're suspending posse comitatus at the behest of their federal purse string, or they can say, no, posse comitatus, in fact, you can't use the military on U.S. soil.
Yeah, and so that was where this whole thing has been leading us up through, with basically trying to get the National Guard to quell stuff in Chicago and like Portland and these places, and these, activist judges stepping in the way, stopping. It goes all the way to Supreme Court. Now Supreme Court actually makes ruling that the executive branch can use the military, but he has to use the regular military first before using the actual National Guard to quell that insurrection, violence, whatever it may be, lawlessness in an area, which completely backfired on them, because that actually opened the door for the actual real military to step into place. Not that the National Guard's not military, because they are. Now I'm just talking about the guys that train every single day to do that job. Not
right. That's their livelihood.
Exactly. And all of the sponsorship that comes with that, which is everything.
Yeah, and that's where it gets to be great. When you get to Amendment 10, and you really get into Amendment 10, you start reading that all powers not given to the United States are reserved to the states respectively, or the people. Right? When you realize that the National Guard is the states respective, the United States is regular, and then Special Forces is actually the people's militia, are Special Forces in U.S. military reserves. Okay? So you realize now why we have all three. Because we have one that we can send to foreign lands, or we can quell domestic problems. And then we have the National Guard, which protects the state, right? And then we have the People's Militia, which is our reserves and our special forces. Okay, and once you realize, like, holy crap, there's three. It's right here, Amendment 10. Like, now it makes sense. Now it starts to make sense of why we have these three different types, that they do have different purposes. They can work together as long as they're operating, and all parties are agreeing to work together. But because it divides it into those three, it also shows a separation of forces, right? Which goes back to the whole thing about separation of powers, which goes back to the whole thing that even Amendment 10 is saying there are three separations here for powers.
And
so we got 38 minutes in. We got 22 plus 28. That would be 50 minutes, right?
That's what Kennedy was bringing forth whenever he started that in the 60s.
I think he was, but I don't think the people had suffered enough.
No. I mean, as far as the starting of those, the
he was
three branches and the things in which he was doing was the start of where we're at today.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of what Kennedy did is now germinating.
That's not Chico. It's their dog.
And if he hadn't done what he did, we would not be able to be here. So there are a lot of things that took place that are now coming to
fruition.
To be fruits of labor of many people that have done many things along this timeline in this road.
Yeah, so you got to think about all the generals and all of the individuals that did the things in which they've done and have done those things in patience for us to get to the point where we're at today for this to even be feasible.
I think I've said this before. I am not a person that has, I don't think.
Samantha, where you been lurking? Yeah, we had a big show today. We had a half-hour Nick Shirley interview, half-hour Billy, and a bunch of others, and this is the last one. This is the one that we like to listen to all the time. We're about under an hour left.
That level of patience, and I think I've said on this show where I've said, we really have to hand it to, our military commanders and our military administrators that didn't know that these things were not functional, and they were patient and gave us enough line to actually get turned and then be able to deliver the gift back to them to come and do their job and invite them to come and do their job. And I can say as I know me, if I was in their position, knowing what I know and trying to fathom what they were looking at, I don't think I would have been able to control myself enough to be that patient. So you really needs to go out to them for giving us the opportunity to turn it and give it back to them lawfully, correctly, and open the doors for them to come in without them interfering or forcing it.
Yeah, because they had to really be playing the long game.
Yeah, they really deserve a lot of credit because I'm telling you, if I was in those rooms, knowing the individual I am, if I was in those rooms, I don't think I would have been this patient. I don't think I would have waited as long. I just don't think I would have done it. I don't think I would have been able to.
Well, every time that something was done, as far as a move that was made, it got basically squished really bad. Just like, the thing with Kennedy, the thing with Nixon, and basically going to Reagan. And every time anything opposed it, there was pretty severe consequences. And so you got to think that they knew that they were going to have one opportunity and it had to be the right time. And that could be difficult.
Yeah, I agree. And I have to say this. I don't think I've ever talked about this. 2 years ago, August of 2024, when we got our phone number registered and our email registered with Joint Civil Affairs, and I got on the phone with the lieutenant colonel, and so I talked to a lieutenant colonel or a captain, and for me to say, we have your trust for domestic operations. We have it. We are finishing up, and we are going to give it to you, and we are inviting you to come in, and we have it. It's just about ready to go, and we need to know where to send it. And when they took that and they registered it was a kind of a process to register our phone number and our email and stuff like that with them, and then go do the public hearing and all that stuff and write the summons and everything that had to happen. I look back at that today and I'm like, holy crap, that was really, really a big event. Like, that was a big thing. and not even realizing how big, just that, like if we had stopped there, even that was huge for them to get the green light to come operate.
Right.
You know, within a month, they're switching, they're updating the intelligence documents. They're taking the FISA courts away from the federal judges. No more lone FISA court warrants going out by federal judges without Department of Defense, authorization. Like there was a lot of stuff that happened in that 30 days right after that event, and the biggest one was the weaponization of the FISA warrants that got pulled. Now you've got to go through the judge advocates, and you've got to get a signature, an authorization by the Department of Defense. That's huge. Talk about pulling the shackle on these out of control federal judges that were abusing that system.
Yeah. We always look back and see the things in which we've done and gone through, and just sit there and think about them and go, man, I didn't realize just how important those things and those dates were, because a lot of times we saw things, we didn't really understand them. We thought it was one thing, and then in hindsight, it was something completely different. And, because we were always trying to figure things out along the way. And it's like, even right now, one of the things I told Kelly today is that how there are some things that I do know, and I do know them about how things are going to happen, but there's a lot of other things that have to do with the transition of the how do I say it without saying it? Shit hitting the fan, and the process that it's going to go through, and how that's going to transition into a period of, complete restructuring, because that's what it's going to be. And during that period of restructuring, there's going to be a level of control by the military that I suggest people now not get in their way at all, period. We are going to go through a time that's coming of only essential workers, and I mean actually really essential workers, out on the streets. It's plain and simple. And if you're out on the street, you're not supposed to be there at a time in which you're not supposed to be there, you will be considered a threat.
Yeah. I have to, I'm at the little crow here today. So I've been saying for a long time that only those who are registered are going to get this opportunity, and everybody else will be left in the public. Because with the eyes that I had on and the way I was seeing it going, that is the way it was going to go. I sit here today saying the overall dynamics have changed in a way that I could not foresee. And this is now, which I'm happier that it's going to be this way, because it's going to be more complete than just selected as far as getting things done. But with the quote unquote domestic courts going operational at a county level, that means everybody is going to be shifted. And it's really the administration of those courts that are going to operate at capacity. So now I don't think that the stuff about if you can't control yourself, you may be remanded to a community restrained facility. I still believe that's going to happen, but it's going to be more along the lines of general public level than how I was foreseeing it before. So
Yeah.
I'm going to eat that crow. I couldn't see that before. You were sticking to your guns, which I'm glad that you did, because we have that kind of healthy relationship. And I'm going to say now, I'm on your side. I agree with you.
So, that's a
You're
good
right.
thing, because that makes people know that you can see with humility, as well as that we're not always right. And because we're not always right, and we're trying to figure it out, we've been walking through this thing blindly, and we've been being led in a lot of different ways, right? That's why I say I know some things that I know, and then there's some things that I hope to be. And those things in which I know, a lot of times I can't say them because they're not ready to be said, and I can't say them. And
Right.
that's where I have to be cautious what I say. And it's not because I have a source in some, body that's leaking information. No, I have a source, but that source nobody's going to correct. I can guarantee that. Or do anything with. But I have to be released on that, and I know when that is or when it's not, because I get a check really bad. It'll make me almost sick whenever I go to say something, and I'm not supposed to. But this is why I always said that the organization had to start where it had to start. And, I've always said about the handshake, and you got that freaking handshake behind your freaking head right now.
There it is.
I know.
There it is.
And it's like, the thing is that it's from the people. I'm trying to see how I want to say this again. And the just say facilitators. I'll just say that. That's a good way.
That's a good word.
All right, so the people and the facilitators. That's the shake. And I talked about something we talked about a long time ago, that even though this is being done at the level in which it's being done, which is not on a grand scale, but it had to start somewhere because it had to come from the people, be turned over to the facilitators, and that there was an organization that Trump put his freaking name on the building, that when that happened, you and I said, oh my God, that seems exactly what you did. The board.
Yeah, there's a lot of parallelism.
And what was that organization?
The Institute of Peace.
And that's kind of funny that the Board of Peace, the Institute of Peace, Trump puts his name on the building, that NGO was operating in a way that wasn't supposed to, or was it? And that's the whole thing. And those means can be now facilitated in a much grander scale, in a way that we could have never even foreseen back then.
Yep.
And that's why I always told people not to be concerned, because do your part, participate in the desires that you have to do what you can do. And if it's not in your heart to do something, then you're gonna fuck it up anyway, because you're just going along to go along. You got to have something that's greater than yourself to participate in something and just stay with it. You just have to. Even if you're wrong, you have to have something greater than yourself and stand. What was that thing that Trump says? You have to have something that you believe in, even if you have to stand by yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, I post that sometimes at my closing. I'll try to find it exactly what it is.
Because that's the whole thing is that you have to have something that you can plant your flag. And when you plant your flag, nothing's going to change. But if you don't have that in you, you're not going to be able to plant that flag. That flag's going to meander all over the place. Because that's whenever you have to basically not give. And you're not going to give anymore. And I think that's what the people people are being pushed to right now is enough, but they don't know enough is enough right yet because they haven't been through it yet. But they're about to go through it so that they actually do know enough is enough. And
Captain, it's a believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything.
yes, so that's
It's true.
that absolutely. And it's kind of like that.
That's a long road,
and can be very lonely. And that's what a lot of us have been on. And that's okay, because that's why God woke you up. That's why God put the things in the desires that are in your heart, he put there. That's why they're there. He knew who you were. This is the contract that you entered into. Don't kid yourself. You didn't wake yourself up. Sorry, none of you guys are smart as what you think you are. It was all about the plan, and it was the heavenly plan. God's plan has been being enacted, and we've been participants. That's why I always say to be grateful and to be thankful that God is allowing us to participate in his plan, because that's what it is. He didn't need any of us, but he's allowing us to participate in something that is greater than ourselves, and that it gives us purpose. And I think
I think it gives us free will.
Yes.
I think that's the point of it. When you get to the nuts and the bolts, what better way to see the true soul of somebody than to give them the free will to make the call?
Absolutely.
Like that's it. Like that's the part.
And that's the whole thing, is that it doesn't matter what you did, where you've been, who you were. It's what are you doing today? And that's the things that really matter. What are you doing today?
Yeah.
Not what you did yesterday.
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. I agree with you. And to take it one step further in agreeing with you totally. It's free will is such a funny thing, as I've philosophically examined it and come down to realize that free will is not like a standard of the day or the week or the year. Free will, like every decision you make is an exercise of that free will. So think about all the decisions you're making throughout the day. Those decisions are that liberty to make those decisions. And they all come with benefits, and they all come with consequences. And you're trying to hit the narrow side of the consequences. The spiritual consequences, you're trying to hit the narrow side. More than likely, if you're veering in your discernment of that free will, exercise of that free will on the spiritual side of narrow, you are probably not totally coming into alignment with the physical world. In other words, you're pissing people off.
Yes.
Because they don't have the courage to try and hit that narrow line in that discernment, in the exercise of that free will. And some of them are going to hate you for doing it.
Well,
they'll learn to respect you and stay consistent with it.
Yeah, and so that's what, people always give the reference of what would Jesus do and everything else. I'm like, well, Jesus wasn't as wonderful as you think he was, because he went against everything that was a part of their way of life, and he was a rebel. And I mean, to the point where biblically the Bible teaches that the people chose Barabbas, the freaking complete freaking criminal element, over Christ. And that's why he let the people choose, so he couldn't be held accountable, right? The Roman is like, y'all choose, who do you want, Jesus or Barabbas? Y'all can have one. and they choose Barabbas. And so that shows that
how offensive he was to their society, to their social beliefs.
Yes.
How offensive he was to their social structure.
He uprooted everything in which they believed to be true, from the Sadducees and Pharisees all the way down to the tax collectors and the people of business and all of the people that were not the few that were actually having their spiritual enlightenment at the time, where their eyes were open and their ears were open to what was actually being shown to them and their ability to perceive it. He was not a threat, the way shower to true freedom. And
that is the threat.
That challenged everything.
But that is the threat. Right. That's the threat to the system. That's the threat to just getting along. That's the threat to just playing ball. Just play ball.
Yeah. Go along to get along.
Just play ball. Right? Just get along. Right? Well, you know it's wrong. Right? And that's what the threat was. The threat was to their power, their authority, and their control. And that's and most people don't understand a lot about, they haven't studied power and how power works, either individually or individual to group or organization, and how these power structures work between each other. But there is a perception of relationship, and that perception of relationship, I would say 90% of the relationships that people have right now are hierarchical in nature. They are not harmonic in nature. Probably 90% of the relationships that people are in right now are hierarchical. They are in a power struggle, and there is a level of intellectual tactics going on. Maybe not kinetic, maybe not physical violence, but there is an intellectual structure for power happening in those relationships.
Oh, I see it.
I see it all the time.
And I'm around a bunch of alphas, right? And so in that, excuse the French, but everybody's dick sizing all the time, and that's just the reality of it. And
if somebody gets their feelings hurt, well, then they start the campaign.
Oh, God.
to try and destabilize the other through volume of people. Like, yeah.
So I've been told that over the last year, how many times I got reported to HR, and I didn't even know it, because the individuals that were reporting me to HR was going straight to HR Global, right? And then it would come back to management. Management would look at the individuals that were actually doing the reporting, and then it would go no further, right? And I didn't even know it was happening. But they were understanding that it was the dynamic of the individual that was threatened, or they were threatened by.
Hey, we made it over the hour, so we got less than about 20-25 minutes. Back tomorrow at 3 o'clock, normal time, everybody, normal time, 3 o'clock.
Presence, just me and me, and nothing that was directed to him. I ain't even had a conversation with one in 6 fucking months, and I got reported. And I was like, I ain't even talked to this person in 6 months. How can I have a freaking report? We know it's fine
because it's tactical.
Just stay away from them. I'm like, how much more can I stay away from somebody and not even have contact with them in 6 months? I mean, seriously, it's like, we got it. We're just telling you who these people are, which they shouldn't have been doing, but they were doing. And so that was just because of that same dynamic but they were threatened by the way in which I carry myself every day, and I don't deal with shit. And I'm not there about their feelings. I don't care about their feelings in that way, right? You're not there for that. You're there to do a job, and that's all I expect out of it.
Well, they're not there to do a job. They're there to climb.
Yes, or they're there to feel good about it, and that ain't it. Because I don't ever feel good about my job.
Right.
And I'm not there to make friends either. And so that's the whole thing.
It's interesting. This story came up last week. So I was teaching paramedic school and fire school up in Sarasota. And I have been divorced for a long time. I've told people I cut my teeth in family law. Like I fought for a long time, right? So I'm driving home one day and I get a phone call from a Charlotte County sheriff. The Charlotte County sheriff is investigating an assault at my first ex-wife's house where I was accused of showing up at the house, berating her, screaming at her, threatening her that morning. Okay? All right? Now, I have been from 7 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was teaching at a vocational center in Sarasota with a key card entry, okay, and cameras all over the facility. So I started asking the cop, like, when did this happen? He's like, well, it happened this morning. And I'm like, oh, it happened this morning? What time? And I'm getting all the answers, right? And I'm like, how could this possibly have happened if I have been teaching classes in Sarasota since 7 a.m.? How did this happen? How is this possible? Right? And the cop's like, the detective's like, well, I got to get back to you. Never heard from him again. Right? Okay? So, but this is the point. This is the point. If you don't think that people are trying to get leverage or get something on you so that they can do what they want or they can see you fall, that's happening. It's happening.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things. It's like, there's been individuals that have come against us and thing. And it's like, I always tell people, I don't need you to defend me. I don't defend myself. I don't need to.
Nope.
And so I don't. And I don't even respond to that stuff. Never have, not going to. And it's a joke, in my opinion. So I don't, like the 4 agreements, I don't take it personally. It's actually a personal problem, but it's not mine, it's theirs. And they're the ones that need to deal with it. So that's how I always look at it. And I don't lose a day of sleep over it, no matter what it is. So let's, hey, Kelly, so if you got some questions, let's pop some questions off before I got to run, because I'm starting to get a lot of people around me right now.
Okay. In the bank?
It was a bank. It's not a bank anymore. It's actually a 24-hour emergency clinic.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's not so bad.
And so
that's not clear. That's not close to what.
Yeah, and I'm in the back of it, like where the drive-throughs used to be for the bank, and I'm not even in the front.
Okay, here we go. Nadine C. She says, I believe that there will be no midterms, as Juan, Pepe 07, and Captain have said. Okay, with that said, I have 2 questions. Will the midterms be in the spring or maybe next fall? That's number 1. And number 2 is, do you think that the med beds will be coming as well as Nasara and Sarah for this year or next year? Thank you for taking our questions. God bless you all.
So as far as the elections and stuff, excuse me, it goes along with what we're talking about right now. And these jurisdictions have to be reestablished. You have to have things put into order, things to be worked out, because all of these positions of elected office are all fraudulent right now. Every single one of them. And so this is a major mess that when the military has to step in, because they're going to, then we have to be able to reestablish an order for new elections and for what they're actually going to be for. All of this stuff, because government is supposed to be a way smaller than it is, should not be this freaking bureaucracy of bluntness of everything that it is. And once we go through that and actually cull out all of the crap, because that's what's been going on behind the scenes, then that will give us time for people to be able to learn about the way everything is supposed to be, as well as individuals to step up and hear the call to service. And that's what actually that is to step up and to be in service in elected office in your communities and across the country. And right now we don't have that. I mean, there's a few people that have stepped up because they, heard the call that this is shit and they want to serve. But it all has to be fixed. And that's the part of reorganizing how things are done, as well as the municipalities. Did I freeze?
I think
You both did at the same time. It's really weird.
Did we?
You both did, yeah.
That was weird. I know the early voting started in Florida because I saw signs today. So I don't know if there's going to be I would say that there may be a national or a congressional midterm. I would say that if there are elections going on probably at the state level, you might see that. As far as elections going on locally,
well, what's going to happen?
Midterm, I don't think those are going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't think those are going to happen.
So we're about to have a national security.
Yeah.
And once we go into that, everything's going to get suspended because it's going to be on the attack of our voting and the countries that actually participated in that, which a lot of those were NATO countries, which are considered an act of war. And that has to be fixed. And it's not fixed. And this whole thing about the Clarity Act and, the voters and all that stuff. And that's about the exposure of why we have to have elections only for actual individuals that are supposed to actually be in it, period. And who is being exposed are the ones that are not listening to the public, because this isn't 80%. More than 80% of the people, doesn't matter what group that you basically align with, that's one of those 80% that they all believe that people should have or actually be able to identify and present identification of to be able to vote, period.
Hour 28.
You got to use it for everything else. You got to use it to fly. You got to use it to go into the freaking open up a checking account. And so this bullshit of that, trying to say that it's difficult for minorities or somebody to not, if they got a fucking bank account and they got a freaking license already, even if they're illegal, because these states have been giving out illegal licenses to people no matter what. And so don't act like you can't go get a license and identify who you are, period. Because you can't do anything without one. It's like the Democrats, even for their own events, you have to show a freaking ID to get in, period. You got to go, if you're going to a courthouse, you got to show an ID to get in. You got to go through a freaking metal detector to get in. So I don't know where they're acting like that it's difficult, because if you're going to drive a car and you get pulled over, you have to present driver's license, identification, and whatever.
Buy alcohol. There's so many things.
And it's like, y'all are just being ridiculous.
I think it might. I think that this whole domestic versus foreign thing may be one of the actual key reasons that they could never issue a national voter ID, because they didn't have authority or jurisdiction domestically at a national level. And that this whole thing might just be a spin for them not to say, we don't have the authority to issue an identification inside the United States of America. Period.
It's possible. So
it's very possible that's what the problem was.
We don't know. We don't know. And that's the whole thing, is that things are being exposed so that we do actually know down the road why things are what they were. And that's why it's always hindsight's 2020. And, so as far as it goes, we are going to have a national emergency. And in that national emergency, pretty much everything's going to get suspended. And I mean suspended, because shit is going to hit the fan. This is where the judge advocates are going to come into play, and the military are going to come into play domestically.
Yep. And it's going to be a national activation, not a federal activation.
Yes, that's why I said it that way.
Yes. Which is two very different things.
Yes.
So then she asked about Nasera, Jacera, and med beds this year.
So they're coming. The thing of that is that the military has to take over control, and there has to be a sense of security before those get released to the public. Now, as far as the financial, that's getting primed a little bit earlier than when the beds are coming, because that's going to be a sense of the transition financially. Trump and them are already, he's already put his name on the freaking money. He's in complete control over the power of the Treasury Department and everything else. So you don't go get your name put on the freaking money if you're not the big dog running it. So,
and you see he's choking them out with the money through Iran.
Oh,
all those sneaky ways they're trying to shift it around. They're freezing it all over the place.
And that's about.
And this is what they've been doing. He's showing you what's been happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what's really the mechanism that is actually taking down the crown, in which was the city of London, that was actually facilitating all of that.
Okay, let's see. The next question is from Rumble. Are only the counties that are set up under the United Republic able to do this, or can any counties do this?
Oh, any county can do it. It's a public offering. So that means that it doesn't matter who you are, member of the public, because it's for a domestic matter, a general public domestic matter. So anybody can be involved as far as sending in your request for sponsorship. But yeah, it's for anybody in any county, because of the way that the system's probably going to shift. It affects the public just as much as it will affect the private sector or private individuals also.
Okay, and then another one says they have a property in Kentucky, Walton, but currently live in Utah. Which county, or can I do both?
Both.
Okay.
If you have an interest in a county, then you have an interest in that local government operating under the separation of powers. And if you are residing in another county, you have an interest in that county. This is for the general public. So if you have an interest, you have a reason that you would want that government to operate correctly where that is.
Okay, the next one is also from Rumble. How will all the different counties throughout the country know and learn what and why they need to do something?
I think that you're going to have to wait for instructions once the judge advocates are put in place.
Because too many people don't know, and that's the whole thing is that we talked about this in the past where this is why the Institute of Peace that we were talking about, potentially those things, because they can do it on a massive scale. But it has to go out informationally to the public where they can be notified, this is what you need to do, nothing that needs to, and this is how change actually is going to be set up and actually facilitated everywhere simultaneously, because there's only so many Robert Crafts and his organization. You can't do it in all these places all around the freaking country. It's just not feasible. It would take more than 2 lifetimes for him to even attempt it. So that's not even a reality. It had to start grassroots, but then it can be actually handed over, that's the handshake, for actually it to be facilitated in agreement. It's called the government.
And that's what we did.
It's called the facilitating of the governed.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, the next one is, do you know when the RV will happen in all of this?
Nope, nobody does, but it's coming. The more we get into shit and the more things get unveiled, the closer we're getting to it. And the thing is that it's got to happen, because you can't open the can of worms on everything when people have no hope left.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Are there reasons for the Spokane fires? I live close and have friends that are affected.
I don't know.
Well, I will tell you. All right. We'll you got to go?
Yeah, I'm just having to move up. Yeah, because they're like wanting to run me off.
Okay, I'll answer this. The other night I had an instructional session, and somebody said they lived in that area, and there were Air Force and U.S. Marine firefighters on the ground out in Washington, which I thought was fascinating. That would be a operation. And remember, there are no National Guard or Guard U.S. Marines. There's only reserves or active duty. So I think that's significant if you're saying Marines are working on the fires also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting. Okay.
So, all right. Yeah, just give me one more, and then I'll have to be run off.
You're going to have to beat feet.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like this is Captain, will they put a pause before the midterms, or will they expose before the midterms and remove those involved and still have the election?
No, the election ain't going to happen. It's going to go into national security, and people are going to go down. I don't think that that's going to happen until probably October, first part of October. It'll be right before the actual elections, because it's going to come in where people are going to be up to nefarious things prior to it, thinking that they're still going to be able to get away with shit, and they're not.
Because they're dumb.
Exactly.
They're just dumb.
And so it's going to be something that the rug gets pulled out from underneath everybody, and it's going to be a shock. And that's whenever the whole freaking can of shit's going to pour down on. 2020 ain't over yet. And that's what they're all going to find out.
How long are you thinking things will be suspended for, Captain?
Possibly through next year. Not in a bad way. Don't think it's going to be bad. Because in that point, that's whenever things have to change and things are going to be being developed for us to move forward. So the teardown and all the shit is happening now so that we can go through the rebuild. The rebuild is a part of the reorganization of the municipalities, the cities, all of the crap that we have to deal with, but also giving people the opportunity to be able to run for elected office and everything else, and to be able to have the time for people to introduce themselves to the public.
Oh, hey.
Because
Captain,
nobody knows anybody.
I just had, I've been thinking about this ever since I started seeing them come out. So on the official accounts on TikTok, and it first started with President Trump's and then White House. And then you remember about a month ago, they all started joining, like the cabinet and all the different cabinet members or organizations started joining. They're first, like I said, it started with President Trump's and it started with the White House, showing President Trump sitting down for an interview. And it said something about, telling it all during the Netflix. Documentaries. And now, when, I tried to, talk to AI about it, and they're like, well, there's no planned anything, no official statements. And I was like, well, here's the link. That's an official, it's the official White House. So then after that, now the cabinet members are starting to do it. And I'm like, this is what we've talked about years ago about, remember we talked about, they used to simplify it and say, there's going to be 24 hours a day movies to show people what's been going on. I think this is how it's going to be done. These are going to be the documentaries that will be shown on Netflix by all these different, organizations or cabinet members on different subjects. One was the tariffs, and to teach people why everything is happening.
Yes, I think it's going to go further than that. I think these are a door to be opened for that. And even where you had like the one about the officer that was going to be talking about on the documentary about why you needed to be protective over your kids, putting them on social media and bathing suits and stuff, which was the physical cop and stuff like that, right? These are all stepping stones to disclosure. That's what they're going to be. And they're going to go a lot further than what people realize. But that's only part of the way that the disclosure is going to come, because we're going to get into the actual disclosure of the criminality and the individuals, their trials, and their outcomes as well. That ain't going away, because they already been trialed.
Or they've already kept silent and admitted it.
Yeah, but there's a lot that there's a bunch of 2.0s out there. Just know that. And the 2.0s have already been dealt with. period. And so it's just a part of bringing that forth to the public space so that the public can see and experience what they have to. And it's where President Trump has said that it was good that we had to go through the things in which we had to go through, because it's going to allow them to do the things in which they're going to have to do. No ifs, ands, and buts.
I agree with that.
And the more shit you go through, the more you're going to be willing to allow whatever needs to happen.
Yep.
It's like sooner or later you're going to say enough is enough. Fix this shit, and I don't care how you do it. And that's what's coming. All right, kids.
All right, you guys. Well, what do you guys think of this week? One with Captain Kyle and Robert. They come on every Saturday night. They come on. But what do you guys think what he was saying about next year? I don't know. But you guys think there's going to be when will they cancel the midterms? Are they going to wait till the last day before they cancel the midterms? So it looks like we're probably going to be on another year, probably. Well, I'm the newscast channel, so I'll be on probably for years to come. We got to have a news channel every day. You guys see Chico? There's Chico. Yeah, that makes sense. After it's 12 sword, yep. All right. Wow. Another great day of intel. I did 2 shows yesterday. Hope everybody got to see both shows. Yep. Oh. Yep, Chico. Yeah, the humidity's high. The humidity's been high all week. He's hot. I got the air on and everything. So thanks, Mods. Finding okay. Lucy. Carol. And we'll see what happens. I hope everybody have a good Monday, and we'll see you at 3 o'clock. And unless something develops with any breaking news. And God bless. Stay safe, stay strong, get your faith. And there we go. Signing off for 8-9 or 9-8 today. Chico Dude and KK's little one, blah blah blah, and the noisy one, Ariella. And see how the race goes today. I don't know how it went. Okay, I think it's still on. Tigers won again today, so they're hanging close. All right, you guys. God bless everybody, and stay safe out there and cool. Chico saying goodbye and saying don't forget to hit the like button, right? Huh? Watch. Huh? What? Who's that? Who's that? Huh? All right, we're all done. Come on, get up. Watch. All right, we'll see you guys all tomorrow. If not sooner. Oh, don't start. You're gonna get double all wound up. Yeah. All right, see you guys tomorrow, guys.